Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi. A laurel and a hearty handshake. The high fives all the way around. Thanks for being here. My name is Alan Cox. Welcome. Say hi to Rob Anthony. He's here too. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi there.
There he is. And we'd love to have you along in whatever capacity you see fit. Maybe you're not feeling it today. Maybe you're like, nah, I'll passively listen. That's fine, too. I always love the participation, but it's not required. You know, we had a guy call yesterday or the day before. He's like, I've listened to the show since day one. I've never called. This is my first call. Some people, they really got to ramp up before they start to engage.
A pretty long ramp up.
Program. Well, yeah. Takes a long, long time, you know. The people like to really ease themselves in, and that's fine too. But I always think of that as my fault. What that tells me, how I hear that is, that in 15 years, almost, I've never given them a reason to call. So I put that on myself. Whether or not that's fair, who knows? But that's how I process things. Anyway. No pressure. You want to join us today, write the numbers down, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. The number to text me is 35192. I look at those all throughout the show. If the mood strikes, I'll respond. AlanCoxShow.com. You're going to want to email me there. And if you want to watch the program, you can go to the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. On my way in this morning, I was surprised the closer that I got to work here downtown because out where I am in Bay Village, we got a mere dusting of snow. Like, I can still see the grass, you know? But we got a little bit of snow. I mean, you can tell it happened. And the further that I get to downtown, it's clearly a lot had happened. And they're expecting you people there out in Ashtabula County. I don't know how you're living right now. I don't know where they're putting the snow. It'll probably start to melt this weekend because I think it's supposed to be in the mid-40s this weekend. So that'll be... Again, it's not balmy, but it's considerably warmer than it's been. And they just keep putting out these weather warnings, and they're like, yeah, east side's going to get 10 more inches by tomorrow morning. I don't know if that's been amended or updated or whatever, but it just keeps coming for them. So I was one of the other sales guys that lives out near me this morning. He's like, boy, we're lucky to be on the west side. I'm like, luck's got nothing to do with it, dude. Like... I very specifically stayed on the west side because, you know, they said we're not in Florida. We're in a place that gets a lot of snow, and it's not luck at all.
It was a very calculated decision.
It absolutely was, yes. I didn't know anything about anything when I first moved to Northeast Ohio, and so we lived in Tremont for precisely 1 year. You know, you've done this job for a long time. You haven't moved as much as I have, but it's like you get the job, and then you kind of start like the next week, unless you go, well, I need 2 weeks or whatever, but I like to get going, you know. When I moved to Cleveland, I had been off the air for a year and a half. And so I wanted to get back on the air. So I'm like, I started like the week before Christmas in 2009, just to kind of get my sea legs, right? But we didn't know anything about anything. So I'm like, well, we got to get an apartment. We got to find one fast. And we found one in Tremont. And we lived there for a year. And then we, but within that year, we kind of figured out what was going on around here. But at no point had there ever been a conversation. Let's look at the east side. I was like, nope. Because, again, we were still out in Oak Tree, which was the farthest I had ever lived from the radio station. Like, my entire career, living close to work was very important to me because I was always at work. So, like, most of the places I'd ever lived were very, when I was on the air in Chicago, I would ride my bike to the radio station, weather permitting. And living about a half an hour from the radio station now, that's the farthest I've ever lived from work. And so when people are like, oh, yeah, I live, because we have a lot of colleagues here who live on that east side. And they're like, yeah, it took me an hour and 15 minutes to get in. I mean, oh, my God. No, thank you. Alan, I haven't called or texted in a while. It's not your fault. I listen while I work. Yeah, right. I just came in from Chardon, and it's so bad. My coworker is in Ashtabula, and she's been snowed in her house since last Friday. Yeah, that sucks. Alan, has Rob ever been to Toronto? You ever been to Toronto?
I've not.
It's one of my favorite cities in North America. But if you get caught there, and we used to go a couple times a year. We haven't gone in probably a couple of years now. But if you ever get caught traffic is already bad enough in Toronto. And if you ever get caught in a snowstorm there, it will turn your life upside down. But it's a great city. It's a beautiful city. They had a crack-smoking mayor, of course. And
I do know that.
Mm-hmm. One Robert Ford.
The walking soundbite.
Yes.
Have you been to Montreal?
I haven't, and it's really on the bucket list. It's just, I just haven't. Toronto is still drivable, you know. Montreal, you're not going to drive up there, but.
That was our version of Canada in New England. Everybody would go because you could drink yonder, so we'd all go up to Montreal and strip clubs and all that fun stuff.
Yeah. No, the Chelsea Hotel in Toronto is where we stay, and it's the largest hotel in North America. I think there's like 1,000 rooms there or something like that, and it's right down there and in downtown. And no, I love it, but I don't know why that person asked.
Is it pretty much like any big city?
It is. It's kind of like, they say it's like the New York of Canada, I guess. Obviously, it's their largest city. But it just feels, I don't know, it feels very Canadian, which is appropriate.
Yeah.
Guess what? But again, being in Detroit for as many years as I was, too, it's like Canada's right across the bridge, too. So there's not as much of a novelty to it if you live this far north in the United States. There's not as much of a... I don't think there's as much of a novelty to Canada as there might be to people living elsewhere. But no, I've never been to Montreal. I'd like to go there.
Great city.
I speak enough French where I'd be okay up there.
I didn't speak a lick of it. Great time.
Yeah. Well, probably up there you don't have to, right? I mean, it's one thing if you can, but you don't have to. I'll tell you what, I saw what I believe might be the future of entertainment last night. My daughter had her third grade elementary school Christmas program. Her school is third and fourth grades, and so they're up there. And, they have these kids that are singing. She was in the chorus, and then you have kids that come up to the microphone, and the songs that they're singing are accompanying this book. So there would be interstitials of these kids walking up. Again, if you have little kids or you have older kids and you remember going to these, you know what they are. They're plinking along with instruments, but they're also, some kids were coming stage front, and they would read part of this book. And most kids at that age just want to plow through the reading. They're not real comfortable doing it. They go, and then the fox, it's very monotone, it's very fast. They're just trying to plow through it. There was a kid last night. He gets up there. He's in a shirt and tie. This kid, he's putting showbiz into it. I mean, this kid had rehearsed his lines. Rule number one in showbiz, security is knowing your lines. You know your lines well enough. Somebody come up and be slapping you, you can still do it. And this kid gets up. I don't know who he was. But he was up there, and he was off book, this kid. He wasn't even looking at the material. He's up there doing it, and he was, couldn't have been prouder of himself. And I won't lie to you. I gave the kid a standing O. I'm there in row 3, and I just stood up. I said, author. I don't think he wrote the book, but I wanted him to feel like he was part of it. I said, that kid's going places, and I don't know who he is, but man.
Was your daughter at least in a bunch of it?
Well, yeah, she was a part of it. She's playing some of the instruments, part of it she's singing, and so it's one of those things at that age, everybody's involved in everything, right? But there were a handful of kids who had gone up and read, and some of them you go, how the hell they get there, up there? But this kid, boy, you really knew he had something going. So congratulations to him and his family. And again, I don't know who he was, but and I certainly haven't illuminated the audience with that anecdote. But I think it when you're looking for the next generation of entertainers, what do they say? The children are our future, and it's never more true than when they're out doing a little dog and pony show for you. I got a break. If you want to send me a text, 35192 to get me there. You can listen anywhere you are on that iHeartRadio app.
Ready to win your trip to iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, presented by Capital One, featuring Incubus. Whatever tomorrow brings. Cage the Elephants. There ain't no rest for the wicked. The Lumineers. St. Vincent. Glass Animals. The Head and the Heart. Fontaines, D.C. Måneskin's Damiano David. And The Offspring. Nothing's free. The biggest single night of live alt rock on the planet. For your chance to win an Alter Ego trip, just listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app.
Thanks to Capital One for being the proud presenting partner of Alter Ego.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Patients everywhere are experiencing joint pain relief thanks to QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. So how does this non-surgical approach work? QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Aaron Wolkoff explains.
It's like when you get a paper cut, and the cells that come onto that scene first stop the bleeding, and then it recruits more cells to form new skin and new soft tissue. And then you look down a week later, 2 weeks later, and it's like nothing happened, and that paper cut never existed.
In this same way, QC Kinetics uses your natural biologics to help repair and restore aching knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
We take those same similar cells in different areas that are arthritic, are painful, and we cause this kind of internal self-healing that can resolve patients' pain.
Relief without surgery. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. With locations in Westlake, Independence, Beechwood, and Mentor, call 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488.
Pizza just goes better with Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Pizza. Thank you.
But don't take our word for it. In fact, don't take any words for it. Crispy and cheesy, paired with delicious and refreshing. My mouth is watering already. Ooh, too high. Yeah, we've all been there. Every bite is better with Pepsi.
Let's face it, winter can be a hard season. It's cold pretty much all the time. Blizzard. You have to shovel. Another blizzard. You slip on ice. But you know what makes winter suck a little less? Getting a free phone. Join Cricket Nation and get a free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G. Ooh, ouch. Welcome to enjoying more. Welcome to Cricket Nation. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Must open a new line on the $60 unlimited plan. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention all football fans. Old Spice Swagger Deodorant 4-pack is back at Costco. Get ready to unleash the greatest smell in the NFL. Old Spice Swagger is the ultimate 24/7 odor protection for all the football fanatics out there when used daily. But here's the catch, folks. This limited time offer won't last forever, so head to Costco and grab your 4-pack of Swagger Deodorant. Don't let those game-winning moments be overshadowed by unwanted odors. Get your Old Spice Swagger Deodorant now.
With its new look and taste, Dasani is always crisp, clean, and refreshing. So, when thirst calls, answer with the new refreshed taste of Dasani water, now without salt. Learn more at Dasani.com.
Having plumbing problems? Call the experts. Right now, you can save $50 on any plumbing repair or get $500 off a tankless water heater at Geisel Plumbing, Heating and Air. Geisel has been serving the heating, cooling, and plumbing needs of the northeastern Ohio area for over 80 years. We're a full-service company with friendly, honest, and professional employees. Your peace of mind is our top priority, and that hasn't changed since we first opened our doors. Visit GoGeisel.com today.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like trying to remember the name of that neighbor who's lived on your block for 10 years. It's on the tip of your tongue. Is it Diane, or Diana, or possibly Dina? But then you just take a leap and somehow get it 1,000% correct on your very first try. Daphne! Of course, her name is Daphne. Just like that, you snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Yep, switching and saving with Geico feels just like that. Get more with Geico.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
'Tis the season to raise a little Cane with Raising Cane's. Spread joy with craveable chicken finger meals and treat everyone on your nice list to a Cane's gift card or our beanies, socks, mugs, and more. Happy holidays from Raising Cane's. One love.
Prices are low, low, low.
At Ollie's, we've got name brand toys, gifts, books, housewares, stuff for your home, and so much more at up to 70% off our fancy store prices.
Ollie's is your holiday headquarters. Our shelves are packed with brand name toys, books, decorations, gifts, and so much more.
All at up to 70% off the fancy store's prices.
Hurry into Ollie's now, because when it's gone, it's gone.
Low, low, low. Ollie's! Good stuff, cheap!
It's Game On with FanDuel Sports Network. All the big plays, big moments, all in one place. Watch the Cavaliers tonight on FanDuel Sports Network with your TV provider or subscribe directly.
In celebration of Conrad's 39th store opening in North Canton, bundle and save and get up to $300 off 4 select Goodyear tires when using your Conrad's Goodyear credit card. Give the gift of a clean car. Holiday gift cards now available at BlueFallsCarWash.com. Conrad.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Reward.
For only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit us online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, Elk and Elk has one over $1 billion for their injured clients. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Massey Drive, you've got large metal debris reported 77 southbound near Fleet. A crash in the right-hand lane, 480 eastbound past Northfield Road. Accident reported 271 south near Harvard, and in Lake County, a crash 90 eastbound before 306. I'm Faith Nezevich in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Batteries Plus. Lose your key? Don't get stuck without a spare. At Batteries Plus, you can get a key fob for up to 50% less than what a dealership would charge. Keys cut, key fobs programmed, and batteries replaced on the spot. Avoid a car key catastrophe. Get a spare key today at Batteries Plus.
The free iHeartRadio app is your home for the holidays. Open the app and click on the holiday banner or search holiday and start listening to Magic 105.7. Plus stations playing all kinds of holiday music, Christmas classics, Christmas jazz, country, R&B, tons of playlists, even podcasts. Yay! Our gift to you, the perfect holiday soundtrack. Join the millions of listeners on the iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
iHeartRadio.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True that.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We were reading about that. Trent Reznor says he's working on new 9 Inch Nails. There's a blurb in the Hollywood Reporter. That's pretty cool. He spends the better part of the last few years scoring films. He and that guy, Atticus Ross, they work on stuff. They did The Social Network, and they did, what else did they do? They did Coco, they did Moana. They did, was that them? Was Trent Reznor Moana? Probably not.
I didn't know that they did The Social Network.
Yes, the Facebook movie. That might have been the first movie they scored, was The Social Network. And it's a lot of, it's not orchestral, really, when those guys score films. It's for movies that are looking for kind of a low hum underneath, something that's more ambient. They're working currently on the score for the next Tron film, Tron Ares, that is with Jared Leto. And Jeff Bridges is in there, too. But he said, Trent Reznor said the way that people consume music isn't as inspiring as it used to be. But the scoring has been fun. They've done 7 film scores since their last album. And he said, and we're kind of turning a corner and thinking that we're going to start doing 9 Inch Nails music.
Maybe that's the shot in the arm that people need. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that'll get people thinking a different way about full albums versus just singles, right? Because he's saying making music is so much different, the way people consume it, whatever. But a guy like that is still going to release an album, right? Like, it's going to be an experience from track 1 to track last.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that type of thing, because he is who he is, makes people see things a little bit differently from at least the rock genre.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, he scored The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. They did that remake with Daniel Craig. As far as remakes go, it was a really good version. That original with Noomi Rapace is dynamite, the original Swedish film from the book. But the remake was great with Daniel Craig. He scored that movie Challengers, that Zendaya threesome tennis movie that came out earlier this year. I think he scored the new Daniel Craig, where he and another dude are in a relationship called Queer. I think they scored that. Michael Fassbender did a Netflix movie called The Killer that should have been way better than it was. They scored. So they scored 7 films since the last 9 Inch Nail record.
I also agree with you on The Killer. I totally thought that was going to be a good movie.
I was so excited. I love Michael Fassbender, and it's David Fincher, and I'm like, how can you go wrong? They did somehow.
Found a way.
Yeah, I don't know. Fassbender, I don't hear anybody talking about this series that's on, I think it's on Paramount Plus. It's called The Agency. It's just a standard CIA undercover spy show. But it's like Michael Fassbender and Richard Gere and Jeffrey Wright. I mean, it's like A-listers across the board, and it's a series. And so far, it's very entertaining. So, when Trenton Reznor's not working on films, he's got that hot wife at home, too. So, but I haven't seen 9 Inch Nails since that Wolstein Center show that they did years ago, where I was standing in line to get a beer behind Wayne Coyne. Talk about random. The guy from, whatchamacallit, the Flaming Lips.
Oh.
So obviously we claim Trent Reznor. He's from Newcastle, PA, of course. But I mean, he and Rich Patrick were making those first 9 Inch Nails records in Cleveland, in and around Cleveland. So that's overall good news when he goes, yeah, we might start making some new 9 Inch Nails music.
Man, that stuff they did throughout the 90s, just so good. Like I go back every once in a while and just re-listen to all that stuff.
Yeah, they put on a great show.
God.
It's easily, that show they did at the Wolstein Center, that was easily one of the best shows I had seen in the decade. It's just great.
Well, the station plays the hell out of Closer, right? But you start listening to things like Terrible Lie. And I mean, forget how good that stuff was and how big that catalog is.
Yes.
So good.
Yeah. Yeah, watching them, because I the very first time I ever saw them was at the first Lollapalooza. And if you watched either of the Lollapalooza documentaries, there were 2 of them, they talk about how difficult it was for them as an electronic band to do an outdoor festival tour where you're playing places like Phoenix and Los Angeles. He's like, we were in Phoenix and our equipment was melting. Like they ran off stage. They had to go off stage because there's, he goes, we're an electronic band. It's mostly keyboards. It's mostly electronic and things you plug in that are not guitars,
Well, he played everything on the albums, right?
Yeah.
And they hired touring guys.
Yeah, the early ones, yeah. Chris Vrenna and Robin Fink and those guys, Rich Patrick, who split pretty quickly to go do Filter. So, yeah, good. Filter coming back, by the way. They're going to be at the House of Blues in February. They were here for Buzzard Fest last year. Love Filter.
I love those dudes.
The Patrick brothers from my neck of the woods out in Bay Village.
Is that where they're from?
They are,
yeah.
Yes. Yep, his brother Robert, of course, became famous as the T-1000 in that Terminator sequel. And then he went on to do The X-Files, and he was in, if people who watched that show, Reacher, he was in the last season of that.
He's
really good actor.
Been in everything.
Great
that guy's
actor,
been in
yes.
a ton of stuff. He's
He's
great.
seen his dad in Peacemaker over on, for people who remember that, yeah. Cavaliers at home tonight, playing Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. Nuggets are a good team. They're at 11-8, but the Cavs, best team in the league, 19-3. So see what happens tonight. That's a 7 o'clock tip. 6:30 is when the pregame starts here on MMS. And you can listen also on the iHeartRadio app. And if you want to get yourself some appropriate gear, including, but not limited to, the brand new Buzzard items that just dropped too. Some brand new Buzzard merch at CLE Clothing Company. Use the promo code Ralphie all December long. All 31 days, use Ralphie, and you get 20% off whatever you want. Browns will be in Pittsburgh to play the Steelers. They upset them last time, literally and figuratively. So obviously the Steelers don't want that on their home turf. But I'll be doing the last Cox Out pregame of the season as well. We'll be at the Wild Eagle Saloon from noon to 2 on Sunday. And if you haven't signed up yet, if you haven't been able to come out and do this Bud Light football face-off, you should come out and do it, because whoever gets the high score on that is going to Vegas to compete against people from around the country, and then somebody goes to the Super Bowl. Not to play, just to watch. So Wild Eagle Saloon, right off the highway. Love Wild Eagle. Used to do bike nights there. And we'll do noon to 2 on Sunday for the Cox Out pregame. You can go to WMMS.com for all the details there. I hope you show up. I was reading this morning. I hadn't seen it until a friend of mine from home who works in sports radio in Chicago said, hey, did you see this? That Jeff Bezos is probably going to buy the Chicago Bears. And that he might want to grab Kyle Shanahan from the 49ers to coach the team. They just blew out Matt Eberflus because he stinks. They got Caleb Williams there, and the guy didn't know what to do with him. So they got a bunch of talented young guys. And Kyle Shanahan is a big fan of Caleb Williams, so they're thinking that maybe the stars will align. But I can't get my head around why, out of all the teams that Jeff Bezos would buy, he would buy the Chicago Bears. I don't know what that would mean for the team. I don't know if it would mean anything. But he is considered the front runner to buy the team from the McCaskey family, who have owned the Bears for about 450 years. And we'll see. I don't know. He's done a bang-up job with the Washington Post, so we'll see what he can do with a football team.
I was surprised to see, and I didn't realize this until I saw the article, the Bears they've made the playoffs 3 times in 14 years?
Yeah.
My God. I did not realize it was that bad.
Oh, yeah, that's why I can sympathize with a lot of Browns fans, because the Bears, I mean, yeah, we won a Super Bowl 30 years ago, but it's like the White Sox. Yeah, we won a World Series before the Cubs did, but we've sucked ever since.
Right. Yeah, no, I did not realize it had been that bad for that long.
Quite a drought. Yeah, because the Bears are another team where, like the Browns, where every guy coming in was going to save the team. I had Jay Cutler for a minute, but he, when I first moved back, they went to the Super Bowl, but they had Rex Grossman.
Mm-hmm.
That was the guy that took them to the Super Bowl, and then, of course, they got stomped. But, got him there. And a guy like Jeff Bezos, it's not like there's anything monetarily that would keep him from doing whatever he wants. If he's like, oh, I want Kyle Shanahan to coach. And they go, well, he still has $14 million on his contract. He goes, oh, $14 million, really? How much you got on you? He's like patting himself down.
Want that in large bills?
Yeah. A guy like that, like, he doesn't care. You're too big to fail.
I wonder if it's an image thing for him, if you think about it, right? Hear me out. If he buys the Bears, right, and brings that sort of like what the Bears were at their peak back to Chicago, he's a hero, right, in that town. He's not the world's most beloved guy right now, but at least he could put a nice coat of paint on himself by doing something like maybe he watched Welcome to Wrexham and decided that's the kind of thing that he wants to do, resurge a town.
Yeah, I mean, his dad is from Chicago. That's the only connection that I'm aware of with Jeff Bezos. And I don't think he grew up with his dad, did he? Didn't he take his stepfather's? I think he took his stepfather's name. Bezos was not his dad's name. And so the only connection I think he has to the city is that his dad was born there. So other than, I mean, I don't know, whatever, cool. Yeah, but that's the thing now, right? Guys who have a ton of money and own other things, the last prestige item is a sports team. They're like, oh, I don't know that Elon Musk owns a sports team. He probably doesn't care. He's a giant nerd. But it's still a status thing.
And a guy like that, you have to assume there's still a massive level of ego, right? When you know that 80% of the country thinks you're a prick. Imagine.
Yeah, but you're too rich to care.
Do you think so?
Of course, because guess who made him rich? Exploiting his workers at Amazon and us.
That's true.
Who buy stuff on Amazon. We made him rich. So he doesn't care. If I'm worth $240 billion, do I care what the hoi polloi think of me? Hell no. I do not. I look at them and I go, okay, cancel your Amazon Prime membership. That's what I did. Cancel your Amazon Prime membership.
Hit him where it hurts.
Stop.
Right?
Well, it's not going to hurt him. That's more. That's more for me than anybody else. But
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, I was just trying to give some, like, maybe there's some human still in there.
Well, I'm not saying there isn't. I'm not casting any of these wealthy people as monsters or whatever. They're just really, really rich people, and that divorces you from reality.
Sure.
There's nothing that's beyond your reach. There's nothing you need. Everyone is licking your ass all the time. There's nothing you can't do. He's worth $240 billion. He's the second wealthiest person in the world, I think, behind Elon Musk. And again, the only way you become that rich is by exploiting all of your workers around the world. It's not like these people work exponentially harder than everyone else. They had a good idea, or they stole someone's idea. I mean, at the very least, my perception of Jeff Bezos is different than guys like Elon Musk, where Bezos did create something. He's like Mark Cuban. I like Mark Cuban a lot.
Same.
Because Mark Cuban created something. He was the guy that put audio on the internet. He had something called broadcast.com 100 years ago in the mid-90s when there was no audio on the internet. And Mark Cuban from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, figured out a way to do it. They dipped their toe into what he started out like live streaming audio of like high school basketball games or something, right? He developed the technology to do that. Jeff Bezos, he created Amazon. It was just an online bookstore. He started off selling books. on the internet. These are guys who took advantage of the dot-com boom and whatever. Elon Musk is a guy who basically, super rich dad, apartheid family, benefited from that in South Africa, and basically, took other people's ideas and companies and slapped his name on it. But a guy like Bezos, whatever you think of him, he created something, Amazon Web Services. So it ain't just books anymore. It's cloud computing that tons of companies use, probably including this one. We probably use AWS.
Oh, for sure.
So,
Well, you mentioned Cuban. He's actually up as one of the names mentioned to potentially buy the Bears as well.
Well, there you go.
He's great. I like him a lot.
I like Mark Cuban. So, yeah, we'll see. Whether or not Jeff Bezos ends up buying the Chicago Bears, I don't know. It's not going to change my life, obviously. But as far as status items go, sports teams are definitely there. A lot of these teams get, they get passed down through the family, right? And maybe that's the thought. Maybe when you buy one, that's what you're thinking of. You go, well, I'll give this to my kid. My kid can run it. I don't even know if Jeff Bezos has kids. But he does. He has 4 children. Well, there you go. So you end up with, what'd you get for Christmas, Andy? My dad gave me the Chicago Bears. Oh, wow. What did you get? Oh, I got those new Nike Dunks. Oh, cool. All right. I mean, but we are in an age of oligarchs. Make no mistake. So we'll see. Jeff Bezos buys the Bears and pulls Kyle Shanahan out of San Francisco. I don't know. Alan, is there a conflict of interest being a broadcaster for Thursday Night Football and owning a team? I assume you're talking about Tom Brady. Is that what he's talking about, Tom Brady?
No, because the Thursday night games are on Amazon.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So he's saying, is that a conflict of interest? That's actually a very good point.
Yeah, I mean, there might be. That's what they're saying about Tom Brady, because now he's a minority owner of the Raiders. And he's on. Now, if you've ever heard Tom Brady, he hasn't. I wouldn't really cast him as a broadcaster yet. He's kind of still finding his footing. But if he buys the Bears, will you denounce them too? No, because they were mine before they were his. I have my Bears fandom is a pre-existing condition. He's not going to remove that from me.
Will you like him more if he gives you a Super Bowl?
I just like to see a competitive team. A Super Bowl would be great. There are all kinds of teams that spend a ton of money on payroll and they don't get a World Series or a Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I wouldn't put that I wouldn't clap for Jeff Bezos if they went to the Super Bowl. When your best seasons in the last 20 years were quarterbacked by Rex Grossman, you have issues. That's exactly my point. And then he went to the Redskins, formerly the Washington Redskins, I think. I don't even know if Rex Grossman is in the NFL anymore. He's probably not.
Oh, yeah, he's got to be gone.
Yeah.
Long gone.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Alan, I disagree with your assessment on Elon. I think politics is clouding your judgment. It is in no way clouding judgment. I don't care. This is a guy who was a Democrat until 18 months ago. It's got nothing to do with that. Elon Musk, he's no dummy, smart guy. But people think he founded Tesla, and he's a rocket scientist, and he is not. He's not any of those things. That's why those Cybertrucks blow so hard. He's not a design guy. He's not, there's some things he can figure out. But he is mostly good at marketing. And he's mostly good at convincing people that he's a big idea guy. But he has to have other people implement those ideas. And so, I didn't start Twitter, didn't start Tesla, none of those. He's not a guy who invented the electric car. So it's got nothing to do with politics. I don't care about that. I don't think most people look at Elon Musk and go, that is a serious guy. He's very serious about his businesses. Because when was the last time you saw a picture of this guy in one of his offices or anything? He's got his kid on his shoulder at the White House and all this crap. I mean, he's a rich troll is what he is now. And he has a lot of people working for him at his various businesses. The SpaceX stuff is very exciting. It's very cool, very exciting. That's not him. He's not creating the engineering and the aeronautics that go along with that. He's not that guy. He's got very, very smart people at every one of his businesses doing those things.
He just had that original company, that internet company that he started.
Well, he and Peter Thiel did PayPal. They did X.com. That's why he switched Twitter to X, because that was his very first company.
Yep.
But even those, like, it was he wasn't like the brains behind any of those operations. Again, he's not a dumb guy, but people vastly overestimate his abilities, I think. I've got a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You want to email me there. If you want to watch live, you can go to our YouTube channel.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right, you want to go see Poppy. She has gone out with the Deftones, and she's got her metal cred under her belt. She's done a couple of pivots over the last few years. And the new tour is called They're All Around Us. She just did Jimmy Kimmel with Knocked Loose. Pretty wild. Blew the blue wigs off. But Wednesday, March 26th, she'll come through to do the House of Blues. You go to Ticketmaster.com for all the details. Want to see what she's up to? Be caller 10, and I'll throw you a couple of tickets here for Poppy. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
His first marriage didn't work out. He caught her texting another show.
Sounds like he deserved it.
It's Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS. Coward!
Here's some Poppy for you. How about that? Ooh. Cut your arm off of that. Ooh, I like it. You know, she's the first solo female artist to be nominated for a metal Grammy. Surprised it never happened until now, but this song is called They're All Around Us. That's the name of the tour. So yeah, she's kind of... She started off as just a YouTuber singing pop music not that long ago, and then started, I have to imagine that there were metal bands that began collaborations with her or vice versa, and people were like, he's all right. So she's going out and doing the solo thing, and she has a song called Blood Money that was from an album of hers called I Disagree, and that was the one that got her the Grammy nomination for Best Metal Performance, making her the first solo female artist.
I don't think I realized that she had those type of chops with metal.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. I mean, if you can sing, you can scream. So that might be a cool show to go to. And I will have another pair of tickets for you tomorrow. Last couple are right around this time. Next week will be our last full week of shows for 2024. Next Friday the 13th will be our final live show of 2024. I think my buddy comedian Greg Fitzsimmons is going to be joining us for that show as well. Actor-comedian David Alan Greer is going to be on the show next week as well. He's in a new show that is very funny. I don't know who is watching it. It's called St. Dennis Medical. It is from Justin Spitzer, who was a writer on The Office, and then he did Superstore for 6 or 7 seasons, which I thought was a very underrated sitcom. And he has a new show called St. Dennis Medical, which is kind of like the same conceit as The Office, but it's in a hospital. And he's in that. And I think it's very entertaining. So he'll be on the show next week.
Is that a network show?
It is. It is on NBC, I
NBC.
believe. Yeah. If you want to feel old, and I know you do, Marissa Tomei is 60 years old today.
Oh, boy. Really?
Yeah. She's Aunt May. She's herself in Seinfeld.
Oh.
She's Vincent Gambino. What's his name?
Vincent LaGuardia Gambini.
Vincent LaGuardia Gambini's girlfriend.
I bet the Chinese food here is terrible. Gee, with this Chinese food.
Yeah.
Oh, you
My
blend.
Cousin Vinny.
One of the best movies ever.
I've only seen it once, and I feel like I should see it again.
Oh, it is so funny.
Yeah, because I've seen, other Pesci movies. I've seen Goodfellas 4,000 times. I've seen Casino 1,000 times.
Well, and that's the thing with this, too, right? Like, I don't think anybody thought he had that type of comedy chops based on him always being the big, mean mafioso. You know what I mean? You saw him in Raging Bull. You saw him in Goodfellas. And then all of a sudden he shows up doing My Cousin Vinny, and you're just floored with how funny that movie is.
Yeah, but wasn't My Cousin Vinny a couple of years after Home Alone?
It was.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that was...
And 8 heads in a duffel bag. Hello.
Oh, my God, I forgot all about that movie. I think that had to have been after, right?
I think the people who were in it forgot. Him and Spade probably don't even want that on their IMDb anymore. Actually, I thought 8 heads in a duffel bag was entertaining enough for what it was.
Now, that's one I've seen once.
Yeah.
I don't ever remember... anything of that movie other than, like, the bag was always with him and it got lost.
Mm-hmm.
That was it.
Yeah. But My Cousin Vinny.
Oh, so good.
Original working title of that film, by the way, My Cousin Vincent. Yeah, I should probably watch that again. She was, she's probably 27 years old in that movie. And still looks great, Marissa Tomei. It's a great movie. It might have been the last film from this director, Sidney Lumet, who was a fantastic director. I think it was his last film. It's called Before the Devil Knows You're Dead. And it's Ethan Hawke and it's the late Philip Seymour Hoffman and their brothers who get themselves into a really bad situation. But Philip Seymour Hoffman's character is married to Marissa Tomei, and the opening shot of the film is them banging.
Ooh.
And, man, he was hot.
Must have really worked out for that film.
Yeah. Hey, Scott.
Yep.
It's Scott in Wakeman, Rob. Remember when Scott in Wakeman called us?
I do.
Yeah.
I'm queuing up my tape. I'm taping this. I've got a little bits and pieces of the last one, but my phone is hacked. There we go. We're on tape in my house. Wait.
Well, he did what he was supposed to do and let us know that he was taping this call.
That's right. It is a two-party consent state, right?
He's
Ohio is. Scott, who is tapping your phone?
I think it's you. I got a message yesterday that says something about photos, my son's name, my ex's name, and something about $10.
Did you say your son? Wait, did you say your son's name is Frodo?
The police, my dad, they took my phone. I was in a hospital a month, 2 months ago, and this is ironic.
I would have never guessed.
Marshall Mathers' mother died.
Yeah.
And he went through this troubles, sang songs, and is a millionaire.
Well, Scott, they don't, they'll take your phone at a Dave Chappelle show, too. It doesn't mean that it's tapped when it gets back to you.
Oh, when the airplane mode is on, and it rings every Saturday at 9 a.m., and I can't shut it off.
I think that's called an alarm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why is all this all of a sudden turning on?
I would check the alarms that you might have set, Scott.
Let's go over this. Let's pass this up. How do I get a text from you? Are you getting photos? Because I sent a dozen photos, a couple voicemails.
No, Scott, I can't get I can't get photos on my text platform here. So if you send those, I won't see them.
Why I'm calling you?
You're on the telephone now, Scott. Yes.
Yes, and on my phone it says send photos, send location, and I've done that. I've sent my location for shits and giggles.
Thank you, Scott. My screen says Wakeman, so I already have your location. Because yeah, who do you think is tapping your phone, Scott? Scott, who is tapping your phone?
You have my number.
Who is tapping? You said they are tapping your phone. Who is they?
Well, I thought it was either my parents. He's a rocket science from Boeing.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't get fired, but he knows a few things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Medina. Wasn't someone there, Corey from Medina, something like that?
I mean, Rob lives in Medina.
Thanks a lot, Alan.
Hey, Rob, we're neighbors.
I was giving Scott your location,
yeah,
Rob.
Great. Thank you. Yeah.
Now they're going to be tapping your phone.
Valley City, Brunstucky.
Scott,
you got to move out there, Alan.
Oh, I'm fine. Hey, Scott, before I let you
No,
go.
you talking about moving to the east side, move to the south side.
Before I let you go, what can I do anything for you today before I move on?
Oh, no. My laughs, I started with Rover early this morning. I did not call. I'm going to be 58 tomorrow. Wish me a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Scott. You're only
Thank
5
you.
years
Bye,
older than me.
Rob.
Wow, okay.
4 years.
Happy birthday, Scott.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
My only hope is that for his birthday, he gets some true help.
Well, he's still very reticent to tell me who he thinks is tapping his phone.
It started with you, and then it
yep,
went to his
I was
parents.
tapping his phone. Then his parents were tapping his phone because they're rocket scientists. I guess he has a rocket for a phone. And no, listen, he's got some thoughts on some things. And thank you, Scott. Rob hopes that you get some help there. Well, as one of his neighbors, Rob, perhaps you can...
Could you stop? Might have forgotten after the first time. God damn it.
You could do a welfare check over there on Scott. All right. Hey, listen, not to kick a guy when he's down, but I did get an email from Geraldine. She's lovely. I don't want to start Rob on another anti-Jimmy Buffett rant. But have either of you ever heard the song that he did for the John Candy movie, Summer Rental. Remember Summer Rental?
Sure do.
A great underrated John Candy film.
Fantastic.
The late, great John Candy.
Now I like it less.
It's called Turning Around. It's a song that he did specifically for the film. It's one of his only songs that I don't mind, says Geraldine. Otherwise, his music is meh.
Well, it's more than
meh. You
meh.
should see if... Yeah, she's being kind. You have a blue, hot hatred for him.
She spelled crap wrong. It's meh.
Well, consonant economy, I guess.
Mm.
So I'm going to play some of this.
Oh, great.
And you
good.
Tell me.
I can tell you before you hit play.
This is, but it's not him rattling off cheeseburger ingredients. So that's a mark in the plus column.
Got a summer rental.
It's called...
starring John Candy.
It's called Turning Around. Yeah, it's probably very literal. I don't know.
Oh, Christ.
You know what? It sounds like the only reason I would think that might not drive somebody up the wall is because it sounds like every other 80s movie song. It just happens to be Jimmy Buffett singing it, right?
Yeah, he wrote that specifically. Turning around. What's the name of the movie? Hey, I can write that. What rhymes with around? Brown. Like the color brown. Turning around. Crap.
John Candy Summer Rental, 1985 that came out. It was an actress, the female lead playing John Candy's wife was this actress very popular in the 70s and 80s named Karen Austin, who was really cute. She was in a ton. She's in like Night Court and a bunch of movies. She was in Jagged Edge, a great Jeff Bridges film from back in the day. And I don't know if she's still alive. But
The
Karen
rain
Austin,
is torrential, so get a summer rental.
The rain is torrential.
Yeah.
Hey, good on you for rhyming rental and torrential.
Yeah, listen, man.
Man.
I'm no slouch.
You
I can
got
write
some-
Jimmy Buffett songs.
Yeah, you got the goods. Somebody texted, so those are Scott's D pics I was getting. Yeah, somebody's tapping his phone. What do you want?
One digit off.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. You son of a bitch.
How dare you!
You son of a bitch. First of all, let me clarify. I didn't say my mom's getting laid. I said she's dating people. The laid part was when the sales girl comes to me and goes, how is it that your mom is dating people a few years older than you and Doogie and I can't get laid? My mom is not getting laid more than most people, sir.
Well, how often are most people getting laid?
I don't know how often most people are getting laid. Some people are getting laid a lot.
Well.
But my mom is going on a series of dates with some gentleman callers. I don't think she has any interest in P and the V. I don't think I'm genuinely, if my mom, next time I talk to her, she goes, well, I had an amazing night with Larry. I don't know what I'll do. I can't even speculate.
At that point, you would have to assume he's the 58-year-old.
It's her life, and she can do what she wants to with what remains of it. And she should. And I support her in that. But I did not say that my mom's getting laid. The question was posed to me, how is your mom dating young guys? And I'm not getting laid. Because the person that was asking me this is, I think, just maybe mid-50s. Maybe a little bit older than me. I don't know. I didn't ask. Context clues were how I came. And I think Doogie's only a year older than me. So I don't know. That's not in my purview. I think my mom is spending time with a group of gentlemen who seem to be very nice. She's a good judge of character. And all I said to her over Thanksgiving when she dropped this bombshell on me was that I wanted her to be safe, which, again, is one of those things that you say to say it. These are grown-ass people. Of course she's going to be safe. But it's not like... But my point was, even though these are age-appropriate people, you haven't been out there at all. At all. Right? My mom and dad got married in 1969. Nice. And I can't, there was never even the whiff of impropriety with my parents. So, no, sir. Now, to your question as to whether or not my mom has a special set of skills like Liam Neeson, I don't know about that. I don't want to know about that. I'm no prude. I don't want to know simply because it's none of my business.
You should not want to know because it's your mom.
Well, listen, I saw my mom naked all the time, okay? Nudity was not a thing in my house that was... My parents were for as conservative and Catholic as my mom and dad were, we were not a prudish house. So that I didn't grow up being like, it's your mom. Yeah, right. But again, we heard a lot coming through that closed bedroom door. So we didn't grow up with like, I had friends like in the second grade who thought, you got pregnant by kissing somebody. I knew at kindergarten how things worked because my parents were candid with us, and I appreciated that.
Wait a minute, you don't get pregnant by kissing?
Rob, see me after the show, will you?
Okay.
You have 2 children, right?
I just thought it was because we were kissing.
I mean, we didn't do anything else. We had a couple of immaculate conceptions, and
no idea what you're talking about.
It's where you kiss that is the pertinent piece of information.
Gotcha.
So, no, I did not grow up in a house that was, it was not Catholic in that sense. It was very open-minded in the other sense. So, listen, I just want my mom to be happy and not be lonely, and anything that can mitigate that, I'm all for it. But some of these guys are laying it on thick, and I just want her to tread lightly there. So...
I only worry about the 50, whatever, 8-year-old guy. The others, okay, they're all lonely. The 58-year-old, seems like there's something fishy.
I don't know anything about anything. My mother's very charming. You'd never look at her and say, this woman's almost 80. So, listen, 58, you're almost 60. Whatever. What's 20 years between friends? I don't know. But, sir, you son of a bitch. How dare you imply?
Where does he stand?
That's fine too. Yeah. Well, no, he's going to keep me apprised. It sounded like he was punching his phone as he was leaving that message.
Yeah.
So maybe he's already getting a full head of steam there.
I feel like he could have been more specific. Is he enjoying today? Is he not?
Too early to tell.
It is. That's fair.
We're only an hour and 9 minutes in. It's too early to tell. I mean, I never know if I enjoyed the show until about 11:30 at night.
Should have done this.
When I'm doing, I always do. I do my post-mortem. And I'll go, oof. Shouldn't have done that. And somebody will hear me and they go, what? And I go, crack my mic. I should not have done that. Out the gate. Bad idea. I've got to take a break here. I want to go see AC/DC. It's a stupid question because yes, you do. And if you hadn't thought about it, I'm telling you, yes, you do. It's their first tour in 9 years. They're coming to Cleveland. They said, hey, do you have a football stadium? And we said, yes, we do. And they said, we'd like to play there. So they're going to play at Huntington Bank Field. And next year, AC/DC coming to Cleveland. The Power Up 2025 tour. It is May the 28th. That is a Wednesday night, so take Thursday off. And I'll have those tickets for you coming back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio live with Linkin Park.
Woody hangs with Mike Shinoda and new singer Emily Armstrong.
These are the pants I wore in the music video.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the cry. She's wearing the pants.
Go inside the new album From Zero. Available now.
The
the new era of Lincoln Park. Live. Hear it
Run high and start listening.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see AC/DC. They have set Cleveland on their tour for the Power Up 2025 tour, bringing the Pretty Reckless in the opening spot. Big gigs for them, Taylor Momsen and the boys. Here in Cleveland, AC/DC going to play for you at Huntington Bank Field, the Hoobafy, on Wednesday, May the 28th. Ticketmaster.com will have all the details for you. They are on sale, but you can win them here, of course. Today and tomorrow, my last 2 pair of tickets. These will go to you if you are caller 10, so I hope you are. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
The Bon Scott stuff. They're going to do Dirty Deeds. They're going to do...
It's got to
I wonder if they do Big Gun live.
I wouldn't think so.
That's kind of
right?
a B-side. Yeah, I mean, as far as the audience goes, I don't know.
I think it has to be something like Who Made Who, or something like a song you definitely know and love, but isn't going to make the cut for
Okay,
the
Who Made Who? That's a good one, yeah.
Long Way to the Top will be played.
Right.
Which, by the way, may be the greatest outro of any song
the bagpipes.
of all time. Just fantastic.
Yeah.
Let's see. What else? They'll do. You think they'll do the like Money Talks and?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Because they want to sing about the king size bed.
Oh, right.
Right.
I bet you they don't do Big Balls.
You don't think they do Big Balls anymore? Get some bagpipes in here for you.
Oh man.
Hotel Motel. That's how it goes, playing in a band. But this is Bon Scott. Yeah, this isn't Brian Johnson. Yeah,
it's Bon Scott.
He's up Dirty Deeds.
God,
what was
so good? Just let them have it with that bagpipe.
You tell me another band that's got bagpipes in there. I'm sure they exist. Your Cleveland Cavaliers are playing tonight. They're hosting the Denver Nuggets right around the corner here at the Romo Fijo. That's a 7 o'clock start tonight. Cavs are still at the very top of the National Basketball Association, but the Nuggets aren't far behind. They're 11-8, and so they will face each other tonight. They've actually added 2 Cavs games because they didn't make that NBA Cup, and so they've thrown in a couple of extra games for them. They're going to play the Wizards again, who they just steamrolled over the other night because the Wizards they've won 2 games. Every team has to play a full 82-game regular season schedule. And so because they're not in that NBA Cup thing in Vegas, they're going to play the Wizards, and then they're going to play a road game in Brooklyn against the Nets on the 16th. So both of those are 7:30, and they'll count toward the regular season record. They had to throw those in there because they didn't make those. They were designated as non-Cup games, I guess. So New York, Orlando, Milwaukee, Atlanta, Houston, OKC, Golden State, and Dallas all go to that NBA Cup. So what is that? Just somebody Is this a marketing thing? I'm so unclear as to what this NBA Cup thing is. These teams at this point in the season got enough to go to Vegas and play each other. I
think they want to just make things more interesting, right?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, if you watch, I mean, I don't watch, but NASCAR, right? Like they added that playoff thing, and it's not the person that has the most points that wins anymore, right? So they try to make things more exciting. They change things up. My guess is that's all this is just to do like an in-season tournament.
Okay. Al, don't forget Cornhead bagpipes.
Different.
How so?
I don't know. Just feels totally different to me. And they definitely had, obviously, right? But I don't know, man. There's no way it feels like that.
I think Jonathan Davis wanted to wear a kilt, and they worked backwards. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, what was that? But ring around the rosy. That was the one with the bagpipes, wasn't it?
I believe so.
Chutes and ladders?
Mm-hmm. I believe so. Of course, we've played this on the air before. How to make an AC/DC song in 30 seconds. The song is called Dog in the Road, and I love it.
How to make an AC/DC track in 30 seconds. First, you need drums. Then you need bass. Then you need guitar. All you need to know are 3 chords, A, D, and G. Put them together in any order. And do your best impression of Marge Simpson.
What's that? Look out! Dog on the road! What's that? Look out! Dog on the road!
You can't sleep on Dog on the Road, boy. That is the 2 guys from Seaforth did that.
Oh, that's really funny.
About 4 or 5 years ago. Dog
I've never
on the
heard
road.
that. That's
yeah,
great.
That's great. That's all you need to make an AC/DC song.
You know, though, making fun of it as much as he's trying to do there, he still used a click track to do it.
And that's a banger.
Of course it is.
Yeah, he's like, here's all you need. Oh, they mock because they love. I have to think.
Hey, Alan, it's Eric in Penn Hills, Pennsylvania again. You were talking about gas stations yesterday, and I have an etiquette question for you and the audience. Do you think it's polite to, after you're done pumping your gas, to remove your car and park it in a parking spot when you go in to buy your Mountain Dew and at? I think it's really rude to leave your car at Sheetz or GetGo just indefinitely when people are waiting to pump their gas. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's rude too. I used to be that guy, though. I would go in as my gas was pumping, and then I was finally like, that's a really bad idea. Like, why would I do that? I'm sure I was thinking that I was trying to make the most of my time, but I was like, I shouldn't leave my car unattended while it's filling up with gas. So I stopped doing that. But yeah, you put the pump back in, you pull into a spot if you're going to go in.
I couldn't care less. Stop.
Oh, you would let your car sit there and go in and get something?
What are you in the store for, 30 seconds, a minute?
Well,
2?
it depends on when you go. I mean, when I used to do that, when my car was filling up and I would go in, if I saw a line of people, obviously I'd walk back. I'm not going to stand there for 12 minutes because there's other people waiting to get their gas.
Totally different. If there's a line, if it's a busy time of day, great, move the car. But if you're just stopping off and you're going to go in and grab a soda, who cares?
I'll tell you what drives me nuts are the people when there are clearly a lot of people looking for parking spots. Let's say you're at a Target or a Walmart or something like that, and it's busy. We'll use this time of year as an example. What drives me nuts are the people who get in their car and then lollygag before they get out, right? You can tell they're checking their phone. It's usually an older lady. You can tell they're checking their phone, their makeup. I'm like, lady, I'm right. You can see I'm waiting to get in. Now, again, it's first world problems.
You got the blinker on.
Yeah, that to me, man, I'm like, that's either you're being willfully ignorant or it's just a lack of self-awareness. When I get in my car in a parking lot, I want to get out. There's like other people looking to get, that's a big thing with me. I'm trying to not get in other people's way.
I'm convinced.
I'm trying to accommodate as politely as I can.
People do that on purpose. I am convinced of it. I think they get off on the fact that, and I'm sitting there in the car just
You're not going to
steaming.
tell me when to pull out. I'll do it when
bitch! Move!
I'll do it when I'm good and ready.
The kids are like, dude, just park in a different spot. No, it's a principal thing now.
Yeah.
My blinker's on and she can see it.
That's right. Ma'am, I'm back here. All right?
Move! Jesus Christ! Go!
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Totally true.
So, yeah, if the question is about etiquette, I think it is better to pump your gas, pull in, go get your snack. Because you know what happens? You think you might want to run in there, and then you get in there and you go, whoa, I didn't know they had this spread. I might want a wiener off the roller. I might want, I don't know. What, they got a new kind of Cheeto? Well, let me look at this for a second.
If you know you're going to be in there for a minute, okay. But if you're just running in to grab like a pack of gum, an item, a pack of cigarettes,
Yeah, if you
whatever,
know what you're going to
just
get.
go get it and come back. Stop it. Move
Yup.
your car. That's nonsense.
Yep. If I'm going in and I know all I need is a pack of Camel Crushes for my dog, hopefully they'll have them.
You leave the car there.
All right.
Do you shut it off every time?
Do I shut it off while I'm filling it up?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I see people all the time not do that. Car's just running.
I'm dumb when it comes to cars. You know, when people talk about gas fumes making things, it's more about like your cell phone and things like that. I think you're not supposed to use your cell phone around gas fumes. I don't even know if that's true. I shut my car off. I pump my gas. I pull the car out. I don't want to mess with anything. I don't want anything getting in the way of anything. I'm trying to pump my gas. Hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, baby.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I feel like I haven't heard from you in a minute.
Oh, come on. It's only been a couple of weeks.
That's fine. That feels like a long time. I thought maybe that you had given up on us. I thought
you're
maybe
missing me.
Well, I'm just saying I notice when people who call frequently haven't called as much, you know? I mean, I don't want to manifest anything, but like we haven't heard from Gaylord in a while either, and I'm sure there aren't a lot of people weeping about that, but I'm just saying that here in my broadcast bubble, these are things I tend to notice.
Okay.
And then, you know what? Yeah, because you know why, Sue? With somebody like you or Gaylord, then my brain goes to, I hope they're okay. Because we've lost people over the years. We've lost, somehow Dick still lives, but we've lost Rick. We've lost Drunk Mike Jr., you know, but we lost AKA Becky. So my brain goes to, you know, given your lifestyle, my brain goes to, I hope Sue's okay.
No, I'm fine, honey. I'm fine.
You're going to outlive us all, aren't you?
You bet your ass I am.
Yeah.
You know what the deal is.
What's the deal?
Heaven won't have me and hell's afraid to take over.
Yeah! I'll tell you what, Drunk Sue, she's got those T-shirts memorized, boy. Are you into novelty T-shirts, Sue? Do you have a lot of stuff like, hey, if you can read this, the bitch fell off, and that kind of stuff? You have those kinds of shirts?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Do you have one that says heaven doesn't want me and hell's afraid I'll take over?
No, I don't have that one.
Well, Christmas is coming up.
I know.
Are those shirts that you purchased for yourself or they're gifted to you?
The parking, I thought you were talking about Doogie there for a minute.
With what? With parking?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because she's such a rotten parker.
Oh, I don't know that about her.
Oh,
I don't understand why anybody would be bad at parking. They've drawn the lines for you.
I know, but she can't seem to find the middle part.
I see. I'd never heard that about her.
In her defense, the way that the garage is set up, she parks in the same spot all the time. So she does leave a little bit of additional room for the person getting out on the other side.
Oh, that's here at work that she's...
Here at work, yeah.
I see. Okay.
JLR would always take pictures and
I
bitch
see.
about the way that she parked.
Okay,
so.
I didn't know that. I don't even know what her car is, so I wouldn't be able to point it out. But okay, well, no. You got big plans for Christmas, Drunk Sue?
Baby.
You got big plans for Christmas?
You know what? Actually, this year I do have the ability to get some things.
Good. Okay, good.
For people.
That has not. I mean? You're saying that has not been the case in years past?
Correct.
Okay. Well, then I'm very happy to hear that.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
I can't wait to see their faces.
That's the best part, isn't it?
I know, right?
All right.
I mean,
okay.
They never cared before, but...
Well, it's a thought that counts, right?
Well, yeah, but I know people that need, like, a certain thing. And, like, if I say it right now, because I know...
Oh, yeah, don't give anything away.
Yeah, I can't... Yeah, I can't divulge.
Right.
Which day's the big celebration, Sue? Is it Christmas Eve or Christmas Day?
Both.
Both?
Actually. Yeah.
Awesome.
The only thing I can't figure out is every New Year's Eve, right at midnight, I always call my dad.
What do you call him? Help!
Well, my dad got used to keeping the phone right beside him on the bed because he knew I'd call him at midnight.
Yeah. So the implication here is your daddy is still around.
No, he's not.
Oh, okay.
I told you about this story.
So what you're saying
Behind
is
the Goodwill.
right
Behind the Goodwill. Remember?
Right. I forgot about that. Sorry. Yeah. So many things going on here with. Yeah. Sorry about that. So yeah, you're saying that you still forget that you aren't calling him.
I know.
Yeah.
But then I was like, who am I going to call it New Year's Eve, you know?
Right.
And my sister says, well, not me.
Sue's clearly looking for somebody to talk to when the clock strikes 12 into 2025. Her sister goes, don't call me. I want nothing to do with you.
I know, right?
Yeah.
No, my one brother, he says, I will keep the phone right beside my head.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, don't be a stranger, Sue.
I won't.
All right. Thank you, Sue.
You know, I listen to you all the time.
Thank you, baby. There's Drunk Sue.
I love you.
Usually I have a better rhythm with Drunk Sue, but I was having a hard time figuring out what was going on there.
Sue? Gee, how'd you make that connection, Einstein?
Hey, Jorge. Is it Jorge in Ashtabula?
Hola. How's it going? Alan and Rob, how you doing?
Hey, Jorge, how are you? How is it in Ashtabula? Are you neck deep in snow?
Oh, it's like 64 inches. Like, that's a lot for her. But, yeah, we're covered.
All right. Are you going to be able to get out, Jorge?
Oh, no, I'm actually suffering from pink eye. I can't really go out anywhere. I was going down to my girl's booty hole. She sneezed and got in my eye.
All right.
Boy, oh boy.
This guy.
Out of the gate.
Jorge. I should have known Jorge
second-
in Ashtabula was probably not very likely. I don't know.
I can't imagine someone doing a Speedy Gonzalez-esque impression isn't actually a Jorge.
Hey, I got pink eye.
Because I was doing something I shouldn't be doing.
He's like, Dave's not here. He's waiting for Sister Mary Elephant to start screaming there. All right, thank you, Jorge. You son of a bitch. Ashtabula. Here I am, concerned about the fine Ashtabulans. I don't know. And Jorge comes swinging in.
We got 64 inches. And I got the pink eye.
That's what he was doing.
Yeah, it's exactly.
Wow. Okay.
Senor Gato.
I don't care for that at all. It's,
Unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal, Jorge.
Makes me feel icky. Jorge.
I hope his name is really George.
I was going to say, or whatever your name is.
Did you hear me calling to the Alan Cox Show today? I was Jorge.
I hope somebody did, because your friend's going to slap you. Of course, no, his friend's probably like, no, you didn't put enough onto it.
It's going to call back in next time as George.
Uh-huh. Hello!
Hello, Alan!
All right, anyway.
This is George in Ashtabula.
I hope that the Ashtabulans are doing fine. Thank you, Jorge. And I've got to move on. Hey, you want to go see Shane Gillis? I bet he's not doing any nonsense like that. He's going to do the Romo Fijo, though. Comedian Shane Gillis is coming to Cleveland Friday, April the 11th at the Romo Fijo. And I'll have tickets for you here after the break.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Jeffrey, I watched you get up during the middle of the show, go out of the room, and come back with something. What was so important?
I had to borrow my wife's charging cable because because like I said, the ones that I use are for my equipment. So I told my wife, my wife's phone's fully charged, so I'm able to borrow. I said I only need it for an hour.
So where is Mary Elizabeth right now?
She's sleeping out in her little bed set up in the living room.
She was asleep, and you woke her up to say, "I need your charging cable."
Yeah, I had to.
Nobody sleeps in this house. There's no.
I think they're in between sleeping and awake at all time. It kind of like a
like a cat.
Yes.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Get more of the Get-Go food you love for less with $5 value meals. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Hey, it's Alan. We're going to do it one more time. The last Cox Out pregame for the Brown season is this Sunday afternoon. It's the finals of the Bud Light football face-off that we've been doing all season. I'm going to be at the Wild Eagle in Broadview Heights. It is this Sunday from noon to 2. If you haven't gotten qualified yet, you can. Just come and sign up with me, and whoever gets the most points Sunday, we're going to start at noon. Going to get that trip to Vegas for the final face-off, the grand prize, tickets to the big game there in New Orleans, of course. So Sunday, the last Cox Out pregame of the season. I will see you in Broadview Heights. We'll start up at the Wild Eagle, noon to 2 on Sunday. Go to WMMS.com for the info.
Military retirees and active duty family members, did you know you have access to excellent TRICARE Prime coverage through the Martins Point U.S. Family Health Plan? TRICARE Prime is now available in your area of Ohio. Get low-cost, quality care from local civilian doctors you can trust. Switch to the Martins Point U.S. Family Health Plan and get the coverage and service you've earned. TRICARE open season ends on December 10th, so don't delay. Learn more at martinspoint.org/Ohio today.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Precise Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Precise Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Precise Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 216-201-9999. 216-201-9999. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 216-201-9999.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2024.
Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
The wait is over. AC/DC's Back Live Power Up Tour. May 28th. Huntington Bank Field. With the Pretty Reckless. Tickets on sale December 6th at noon at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss AC/DC.
Whether they're at school or a sleepover, as a parent, you worry about your child with food allergies. I want my kids to enjoy every moment without us. Did you know Xolair Omalizumab 150 milligrams is an approved injection proven to significantly reduce allergic reactions
All right, you want to go see comedian Shane Gillis. He's having his moment, boy. And he's doing the Romo Fijo in 2025. He's coming Friday, April the 11th. RocketMortgageFieldhouse.com for all the details. Get your tickets, info, all that. Today and tomorrow, I have your last 2 pair. And you can win this one. Be caller 10. You got 2 tickets for Shane Gillis. Good luck. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
They say no man is an island, but at iHeart Cleveland, you sure get your chance to try.
Hello? Anybody?
Alan Cox.
Where did everybody go?
On 100.7 WMMS.
Well, looks like it's time to put on our glad rags again. Although this whole thing sounds like a bunch of hokum and flim-flam to me. Say, newsboy, which way to the closest speakeasy? Have an oldie-timey Christmas, like the times of yesteryear. When money was clams and legs were gams, have the barmaid grab a beer. Have an oldie-timey Christmas, getting dizzy with a dame. If she spouts off wise, box her in the eyes, let the gimlet take the blame. Oh, the racism and the women couldn't vote. Don't be a sourpuss, you palooka that gets my goat. Have an oldie-timey Christmas, wax your mustache and put up your dukes. I'll treat you to a little chin music. Let's go on a toot. Don't blow your happy dough on a floozy with busted chops. Slip her a Mickey or 2 and give her the old wet sock. Have an oldie-timey Christmas. Grab a stiff 2 fingers of cheer. Oh, by golly, have an oldie-timey Christmas this year. At the risk of tooting the wrong ringer, I'm going to head off and find myself a reefer. Say, Chinaman, which way to the opium den? Oh, it's my perfect pitch on full display there. Yeah, all right. One was for Jorge out there in Ashtabula.
I love that you went gimlet, too. That's just fantastic.
Yeah.
Gimlet.
Alan, you clearly don't know much about Ashtabula. There are many Mexican-American families there. And so many great Yeah, no, you're right. I know dick about Ashtabula. So there are so many great taco places. They call it the Taco Trail. So that was actually a pretty smart impersonation is what this person says. All right. I know Lorraine and Paynesville have pretty heavy Latino communities. But, yeah, I don't know anything about Ashtabula.
And don't get us wrong. I don't think either one of us was saying that there weren't Mexicans in Ashtabula. Just saying that guy was not one of them.
That's right.
Right? Like,
yes. Even
all.
the person texting me said it was a smart impersonation. No, listen, if a Mexican-American Ashtabulan wants to call me and co-sign for Jorge, that's totally fine. Maybe, listen, you're right. I don't know. Maybe there's a rash of booty hole pink eye going on out there in Ashtabula. When people can finally dig themselves out of their 7 feet snowbanks. Nick in Elyria texted me, too. I've been listening to Christmas music and hearing Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree. Please thank Rob for enhancing that song for me because now I can't hear it without Brenda Lee dropping F-bombs. Instead of pumpkin pie, of course, it's
Later we'll have some pumpkin pie and we'll do some caroling.
You have enhanced that song for a lot of people now.
It's just facts,
Present
Alan.
company included.
Just facts.
Yep. Yeah. Well, anywho, a gas station etiquette. A lot of people have different thoughts on that. Alan, people used to have to go in to pay. Nobody moved their car. Right, but that was then. I get what you're saying, but if you can, why wouldn't you? Some people do go in and pay. I understand. But we're talking about people who, like, leave their car there while they're shopping inside, you know. I don't know. Speaking of gas etiquette, Taco Bell. If you live out here in Northeast Ohio, you got the shot to be in a Super Bowl commercial. You sent me this. I didn't see this. Taco Bell launching their Live Más drive. Boy, they're really hanging on to Live Más, aren't they?
Boy, oh boy.
Live Más drive-through cams. And in Northeast Ohio, in Middleburg Heights, the Taco Bell on East Bagley Road, I guess, is one of the locations that they're using in this campaign. People can have a chance to record something that could be used in the Taco Bell Super Bowl commercial. I assume it's just like ring cam footage or whatever. People going, yeah.
Let me get a chalupa.
Yeah. Hey.
Could be you between, what is it, till 10 o'clock tonight?
Today and tomorrow between 2 and 10. Yeah.
Just see, like, me getting driven up there, hammered in the passenger seat. I said I want a Mexican pizza, goddammit. What? And why in God's name would you have gotten rid of the double-decker taco?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you repeat your order, please?
I said I want a double-decker taco. They don't make those anymore.
A double-decker taco.
And a Mexican pizza.
Double-decker taco. And I'm sorry, sir. We're all out of the double-decker tacos. Put this in here.
Honey, go. Let's go. I don't want it. If they don't have my Mexican pizza, screw these people.
Well, no, I can offer you some Cinnabon poppers.
Go away. Melissa, drive. Just drive, okay? That'll be me in the commercial.
Uh-huh.
All right? And give me a Mountain Dew.
Baja or regular?
Baja.
Well, get over to Middleburg Heights.
I'm going to do it. I'm just going to get drunk first.
By the way, that's how you know that they want to use this for like a mainstream legit commercial, because it's between 2 and 10.
Yeah.
If they wanted legit Taco Bell footage, it would be from 11 to 4 a.m.
Just flip it. 10 to 2. Perfect.
Yeah,
then
there you go.
Everybody leaving the bars. That's
10
when you
P
go.
to 2A. Yep. I haven't had, and I love Taco Bell. I just have not gotten over there in forever. I can't tell you the last time I had Taco Bell. I was having it once a week for a while.
Really?
Well, because we used to have the cantina down here on Euclid.
Okay.
And then it closed down. When we lived out at Oak Tree, that was my little Friday treat. Every Friday I'd go have Taco Bell. But I couldn't tell you the last time I had Taco Bell. And I like it. But anyway.
Be in this commercial now.
So you should get over there. East Bagley Road in Middleburg Heights, today and tomorrow between 2P and 10P. You can record something that might show up in the Taco Bell Super Bowl commercial.
I gotta get something in my stomach.
Yeah.
I'm gonna feel this so good.
I gotta get something in my stomach. Well, you've come to the right place. We've definitely got something that will go in your stomach. So do you have a go-to order?
I do.
Okay.
It's been, again, like you, it's something I don't eat very often. I like the bean burrito, the straight-up bean burrito. I am a fan. And the double-decker taco, that's not a joke. That's something I was into. They don't make them anymore, apparently. I just heard that. They do. So that was the soft shell with the beans and then the hard shell in the middle and then normal. Now I guess they do it with cheese or something. They call it something different. So instead of that refried beans on the outside, they do it with cheese, which I think is just stupid. Why would you take away the goodness that is the soft into the hard?
Understood.
I don't know. Anyway, I don't eat it very often, but that if I were to go right now, I would ask them to like special make that and then
because there are some things that they will do. They'll do special, yeah.
What about you?
Oh God, what do I get? I will get 2 of the Dorito Locos tacos. I love those. And then I'll get like a cheesy gordita crunch, or I'll get like a chicken chalupa supreme. And then I'll get a Baja Blast.
So you dive in.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess I can eat 3 tacos. I mean, they're not massive, right? If I'm at their late night, I go, give me 12 tacos, Cinnabons. A whole dozen of Cinnabons. And then you know what I do? I have a couple of them because they bring them right out of the fryer. A couple of them, but then I leave the rest of them on the counter overnight. And then next morning, when they're kind of stale,
I just
The
usually
best.
eat the rest of the Taco Bell that I fell asleep with in the morning. So I have a
Right.
bag of it, and then I just decide, well, this is going to hurt for the rest of the day, so I'll have another bite of this taco I didn't finish.
You shake it off your chest, and then you have the rest of it.
Yeah, I really don't remember the last time I ate it, but ate it sober. That was my go-to if I was drunk.
I have mostly eaten it sober.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I love those bean burritos, though. Oh, yeah.
Pretty good. So anyway, if you're trying to get in that Taco Bell Super Bowl commercial, Middleburg Heights here in Northeast Ohio is where you'd want to do it over there on East Bagley Road.
Does the Dorito Locos Taco taste actually like a Dorito? Do you actually get that
Yeah,
vibe?
they make the shells. They have a place that makes the shells. I remember when they first rolled them out, the Taco Bell, out when we were out at Oak Tree. They did this whole media thing. We all went. Before they were rolling them out, they go, you guys want to come by and try these? It was like me, Charlie, Erica, I think. It was a whole bunch of us went over to Taco Bell because when they first rolled them out, they had the nacho cheese and they were also doing Cool Ranch shells. But those kind of went by the wayside. I think they just do the nacho cheese ones now. I think they're real good. I still love them.
I'm going to have to try one.
Yeah, I like them a lot. I mean, you get the lingo, Rob. So you go, give me a couple of DLTs, right? They know what you're talking about.
DLTs.
Couple of DLTs.
See, I'm going to go in, I'm going to do that, and they're going to be like, sir, please leave. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Go. Just leave.
Yeah. I always think about that because we've all seen articles now about the secret menu, except that's stuff that, okay, might exist technically. But the people working there don't know what you're talking about when you order a McGangbang, all right? They're like, bro, I'm just trying to get through my shift. I don't. You go, it's a thing. Okay. But you have to tell me what it is. I think we've talked to people in the past who do fast food, and they're like, you have to order. You got to make it yourself. If you know what the ingredients are, they go, fine, we're not making it for you. You can buy the items separately and then walk your ass over there, sit down, and put it together. They're like, it's a McGangbang, it's a Big Mac, a chicken sandwich. Fine, I will sell you each of those items. They're not back there putting them together, right? It's a high-volume situation.
Then a train of chicken nuggets just lined up, ready to go.
Yeah. So even though that kind of stuff just turns my stomach, I do have kind of a grudging respect for people who put themselves through that kind of, oh, I'm going to eat one of these and I'm going to, I'm like, man, I guess I say good for you. I mean, that does require some fortitude. You've clearly had some trauma in your life, too, that you're trying to cover up. But, man, it's not for me. But I'm glad that there are people out there that are on the cutting edge of culinary danger. But, yeah, when you walk in, even if there's a secret menu, because a lot of fast food chains won't cop to it. Other ones will. They really kind of, they lean into it. You got to remember that people behind the counter don't know what you're talking about. Unless it's like, one of your boys is working there and you go to his spot and you're like, hey, give me one of, and they throw up the high sign and somebody in the back makes it. But for the most part, it's just stuff for people who are like, extremely online, the secret menus. If you go to Wendy's and you ask them to, okay. Person on the other end, sir, I don't know what a McGangbang is. All right, is there something on the menu you'd like?
I think there's one someplace that it's literally 2 buns and then like a pound of cheese in the middle of it. I don't know. I remember
Meatless.
seeing. Yeah, it's like a cheese sandwich at one of the fast food places. How does that sound good to anyone?
Well,
and it's cold cheese.
It's based on a dare mostly, right? It's like when KFC does the double down, okay? The double down, I think that they rolled it out like 15 years ago. I think they rolled it out like right after I had come to Cleveland. And they go, okay. They were kind of leaning into it. They're like, instead of a bun, it's 2 chicken fillets. Now try this, why don't you? And, it's 2,500 calories.
Oof.
So they're like, yeah, try this. And
did you eat it?
People did. I tried. I didn't finish it, but I tried it. Yeah. And every so often now, it's kind of like when McDonald's will bring back the McRib. I think KFC brings back the Double Down every so often. I don't think it's something that's constant on their menu.
Are you a extra crispy guy? How do you, if you're going to do a KFC, another place I haven't eaten in years.
Same.
But if you were to go right now, original or extra crispy?
Extra crispy.
I'm an original guy.
Because my thought is, listen, because some people get grilled. I'm like, if you're going to get grilled chicken, like get takeout from a restaurant. Right? Let them do what they do. Give me the 11 herbs and spices. But again, I haven't, anytime I would go through KFC back in the day, I would just get sides. I'd get mashed potatoes and I would get coleslaw. I couldn't tell you the last time I had. They used to have a ham sandwich that was teats. But I couldn't tell you the last time I had chicken from over there. But that Double Down, when they bring it back, you go, all right, I will try this.
Now I want those mashed potatoes. You can taste them. Like, you know exactly. It's nothing else tastes like those mashed potatoes.
I was reading this morning that Chi-Chi's is coming back. You want to talk about, I was living in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh was ground zero for the hepatitis outbreak. It was the largest Hep A outbreak in American history. Right there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It was ground zero. I'd been there for a couple of years. That's what Chi-Chi's had already filed Chapter 11. They were on their way out. And it was north of Pittsburgh. Beaver Valley Mall. People, our bureau chiefs in the Pittsburgh area know where Monaca, Pennsylvania is. 4 people died. 600 other people got sick. They traced it back to the green onions. And so there were like high school kids that caught Hep A from other people who got it. And, and so then they're already filing for bankruptcy. And now they have to settle like Hep A lawsuits for the next 2 years. And it all started in that pit, killed the entire, because Chapter 11 just means, well, we're going to restructure and we'll figure it out. And, but after people were dying and getting sick. And so the whole chain folded, and worldwide there remained one Chi-Chi's. There was a Chi-Chi's in Vienna, over in Austria. And I was reading a thing this morning. It was in Financial Times or something, where the son of the guy who founded Chi-Chi's is bringing back Chi-Chi's. I don't know who's clamoring for this. I mean, Chi-Chi's was the place when I was a kid where you went to get fried ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
That was a novelty. That is all I remember about Chi-Chi's. But this guy's dad, this guy named Marno McDermott, Chi-Chi was his wife's nickname. And it was him and a guy who used to play for the Green Bay Packers. And they opened a Chi-Chi's in suburban Minneapolis in the mid-'70s. And it blew up. Like Chipotle started with like a mom and pop in Denver, that kind of thing. And then McDonald's invested and it blew up. Chi-Chi's, same thing. But I'm like, are people going, these people must have seen, maybe they think there's a hole in the market. I don't know, but Chi-Chi's is coming back.
It does seem pretty random, doesn't it?
It seems very random.
I mean, they kept their toes in the water with they made the tortilla chips and salsas and things like that they continue
in the grocery
to sell.
store. Yeah, right.
So I mean, I guess it's maybe there's so much brand recognition that, I mean, nostalgia is big right now.
Yeah, sure.
So maybe that's what it is.
And you know what would be the perfect dessert?
Later we'll have some pumpkin pie and we'll do some carrot.
All right.
It would be delicious.
Yeah. There's also on that same topic there, there's a nationwide cucumber recall. There's a brand of cucumber. Check your labels if you buy a lot of cucumbers. Now, I realize some of you are not buying them to eat. Using them for more nefarious purposes, but you can safety first. Cucumbers that they sell at Walmart, Costco, and more places. There's a huge salmonella outbreak, right? And again, I hate to be a broken record, but I will be. When people talk about we have too much regulation, this is what we're looking forward to. No one at the wheel when it comes to food regulation. The people who are incoming think that's all nonsense. Regulation is for big old pussy boys. And so this is what we're looking forward to. You're going to be constantly checking the labels and going to websites that tell you about nationwide recalls. I mean, maybe that's the case already. There's always something that's being recalled, but there's cucumbers that have gone out to 26 states and 5 Canadian provinces.
Can you imagine the most Googled item? Now, it'd be like can you get salmonella from using a cucumber in your ass?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guarantee you that is going to be a thought in someone's mind.
The Sun-Fed logo, SUNFED, is what you're going to want to be looking for. Costco, Walmart, Wegmans, in 26 states. Now, I don't see Ohio on the list. So we might be dancing between the raindrops here, but we have a lot of bureau chiefs in a lot of states that are on this list. And so, yeah. Keep your eye out for the salmonella cucumbers. Check your refrigerator. ASAP. Hey, Nicholas.
Yes.
What's going on, man?
Oh, wow. Hey, what's going on, bud?
How are you?
Not bad, man. Yourself?
Hanging in.
Wow. I'm a first-time caller, and wow, this is just crazy. I was calling based on you guys and your whole Taco Bell menu and everything. I'm a cook by trade. I've been doing this for the past 14 years. And as far as you guys go with your Taco Bell menu, have you ever tried the Crunch Wrap?
I have.
You have? You know how they have, I don't know, each location is probably different. We have like kiosks. I'm over in Seven Hills in Ohio, Northeast Ohio. Everybody drives safe too with this little bit of a lake effect.
Yes, sir.
But you can change anything about. I was hearing Rob talking about his, Mexican pizza and everything. And I was like, okay. And then you with your Doritos Locos Tacos, I'm like, you guys need to like really load up. I heard you with the cheesy gordita crunch. That's definitely one of my favorites as far as it goes through with that. And then, if you haven't loaded up your Crunch Wrap, all the way with like the potatoes, the Fiesta potatoes or whatnot, it's amazing.
Well, that sounds a little too delightful for me, Nicholas. But what you're saying then, just to condense, you're saying go in and tell them to do whatever you want to do, and they'll do it.
Well, I mean, yeah,
within reason.
I mean, yeah, within reason. Well, they have the kiosk now, which as a person that works, with culinary and food and whatnot, it can kind of be a pain in the butt when you're going through everything. And it's like, okay, this person has a crazy custom order, but, rock it out.
Well, they're trying to, kiosks, they're clearly trying to replace pilot error with customer error, right? If you screw it up, it's on you and not on them.
Yeah. But as far as certain things go, you order some stuff and you go, and a lot of Uber Eats and DoorDashes, you go and you grab your stuff and then you're missing half of your stuff. It's just
right. So theoretically, I could go to the kiosk and say, I would like a Dorito Loco Taco, but the only filling I want in it is those Cinnabons.
I mean, if you want to go all Cinnabon out and you go super sweet, more sweet than savory. By all means,
Yeah. I'm always sweet over savory as far as I'm concerned. Yes.
And then the other thing I would just like to comment really quick is just you guys were mentioning the secret menu. I work for, I'm not going to say the company, but I work for a company, and as it comes down to it, we have our own little secret menu also. So it's a pain in the butt when you have people that come in that have been usual customers that have been there for, your old farts that come in and they're like, oh, I remember 10, 12 years ago, you guys used to have this. Can I still get this? Well, you'll be surprised how many people that actually come in and do that. And then as an employee goes, you have to accommodate these people. So when it goes for new hirees, you bring these people in and you train them, you go through the whole process and you go through the whole menu of everything that they need to know. But then there's the whole off-brand menu where it's like, oh, I want something that you guys sold 10 years ago. And then we still have to accommodate these people.
You do? Like if it's not on the thing, why do you have to accommodate them? I mean, if I walked into a place and said, well, McDonald's used to sell pizzas in the late 70s, they're not going to go back and make me a pizza.
Oh, yeah, no, with not fast food chain, I'm more restaurant tour.
So
when you go through like a restaurant tour and somebody comes in and they're like, hey, I had this tostado where it's chili and all this, whatever, you still have to know that. And I feel very bad for the current people that are coming in and have no idea what that is, because when somebody comes in and they order something like that, they're looking at management, they're going through, it's a whole hassle. So it's like, I wish that secret menu, air quote, was gone, because why do we have a secret menu when we have a current menu. Like, this is the current menu. Why are we going through this? Like,
I
it's
know
a
you
whole
can't.
problem.
I know you can't say the name of the place, Nicholas. But yes or no? Does it rhyme with Schmapplebee's?
It rhymes with a truly yours.
All right.
Well done, Nicholas.
Thank you, Nicholas. All right, yeah, there you go.
Flip the words, baby. Flip the words.
Schmapplebee's.
Schmapplebee's.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Nicholas. All right, I got a break here. Hey, you want passes for Incarceration? It's not until next summer, but man, is it a good time. The Incarceration Tattoo and Music Festival back at the Ohio State Reformatory. It is the 18th, 19th, and 20th of July, I believe. And they've dribbled out a couple of the bands. They'll do the whole lineup later in the winter, but I will have those weekend passes for you next.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Ready to win your trip to iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, presented by Capital One,
featuring Incubus.
Cage the Elephants,
There ain't no rest for the wicked.
The Lumineers, St. Vincent,
Glass Animals,
The Head and the Heart, Fontaine's DC, Måneskin's Damiano David,
and The Offspring.
The biggest single night of live alt rock on the planet.
For your chance to win an alter ego trip, just listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app.
Thanks to Capital One for being the proud presenting partner of Alter Ego.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
From the Mr. Hero Waffle Doodle, Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
A chance of snow showers tonight, down to 21. It'll turn partly sunny tomorrow, getting up to 28 degrees. Saturday, partly sunny with a high of 34 and warming up to 47 degrees on Sunday.
This report is sponsored by Ohio Association of County Behavioral Health Authorities.
Sometimes life can be overwhelming. Crisis Text Line can help. If you're struggling and feel like you can't talk to anyone about it, text 4HOPE to 741741. Free confidential support. Crisis Text Line. Text 4HOPE to 741741 now.
Firefighters Community Credit Union, where we're not just for firefighters. Become a member today.
Hey there, it's Alan.
Stations playing all kinds of holiday music, Christmas classics, Christmas jazz, country, R&B, tons of playlists, even podcasts. Yay! Our gift to you, the perfect holiday soundtrack. Join the millions of listeners on the iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
Lil Diddy, about giving himself away.
All right, you want to go to incarceration next summer? It's mid-July, back at the Ohio State Reformatory out there in Mansfield. They've announced a couple of the bands. Knocked Loose is going to play, and 3 Days Grace and Crossfade. They're going to drop the entire lineup very soon, later in the winter. July 18th, 19th, and 20th there in Mansfield. Incarceration.com for the info they've got right now, or to buy tickets. I got 3-day GA passes for you, all 3 days. Incarceration, Tattoo, and Music Festival. Caller 10, good luck. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Authors say to write what you know, which is why he remains unpublished.
How can you know nothing about anything?
Alan Cox.
That hack knows absolutely nothing.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Happy Festivus for me, happy Festivus for you. We'll get our grievances aired through and through. And great beats of strength, we will perform too. We'll raise a meadow pole, we don't need no tree. You be sure to join us if you've no place else to be. Christmas, Hanukkah, and Kwanzaa are okay, but this year Festivus is gonna be my day. I've had it with the carols, they're getting so
There are a lot of
passe.
people that probably celebrate Festivus or something like it. They do really zero in on the grievances and the complaint part of Festivus, but Seinfeld pretty much introduced Festivus to the masses. You know, if you've ever read a book about, I'm a massive Seinfeld nerd, obviously, and so I'll read books on Seinfeld and Larry David and all that kind of stuff. And basically the way that show worked was all of the writers on that show were mining their own lives for storylines. And so as a result, they really churned through a lot of writers. I mean, your tenure at Seinfeld was basically, it was predicated on how many stories you could bring to the writer's room. And there was a guy named Dan O'Keefe who was a writer for a little bit there on Seinfeld, and his dad had created Festivus. His dad was a writer for Reader's Digest for decades. And when Dan O'Keefe was a kid, his dad created Festivus. And so when Dan Jr. became a writer for Seinfeld, he made that an episode, and it was one of their classic episodes that Frank Costanza had invented Festivus. In real life, it was created in the mid-'60s. But I'd never heard of Festivus before. December 1997 is when the Frank Costanza, the Human Fund, because George was donating money to the...
And at the Festivus dinner, you gather your family around and tell them all the ways they have disappointed you over the past year.
And is there a tree?
No, instead there's a pole. Requires no decoration. I find tinsel distracting.
Frank, this new holiday of yours is scratching me right where I itch.
Let's do it then.
All right.
Festivus is back! I'll get the pole out of the crawl space.
Mm-hmm. George wants nothing to do with it.
So did O'Keefe actually, like, every single part of it happened? Like the
That's what he
airing
says,
of the
yeah.
grievances and
Dan
the feats
O'Keefe,
of strength?
Yep. He said his dad created Festivus.
Wow.
His dad created Festivus in 1966 to commemorate his first date with his wife. And so when Dan O'Keefe became a writer for Seinfeld, he goes, well, my dad invented a holiday. And they were like, say more. And so the Festivus episode, the episode's called The Strike because Kramer goes back to work and like the strike at the bagel shop was ended after 20 years or something. That's the beauty of that show. There are all these interlocking subplots, and Dan O'Keefe has written for a bunch of other shows. He wrote for The League and Veep and The Drew Carey Show, and he wrote a book called The Real Festivus, where he told the story. But yeah, his dad created it, a guy who had been a writer for Reader's Digest for a long, long time. But Festivus is still a thing, and people took the Seinfeld thing. Obviously, that's when it went into popular culture. And so a lot of websites and newspapers this time of year, they will, solicit complaints and grievances from people. It's actually the name of a George Carlin album in the late 90s, right? Complaints and grievances. Like the Tampa Bay Times. They're doing their 9th annual airing of grievances to celebrate Festivus. So people refer to it as a fictional holiday, but for the O'Keefe family, it was not. It's a great name, too. You can remember it, and it's... So, yeah, I don't know if the Plain Dealer is doing anything like that. But it was Dan O'Keefe's, like I said, his dad's way of honoring his first date with his mom, and also to rail against. Imagine being in the 1960s and a guy railing against what he saw as rampant consumerism of the holidays. He had no idea what was to come. There are still people who feel that way, but you feel like you're completely outgunned if you're anti-consumerism in 2024. So, he said that all of it was true. The plain aluminum pole with there isn't a person among us who wouldn't rather just plop a pole. Well, maybe there's people who do like Christmas trees. I understand. They're aesthetically pleasing. But as far as the labor is concerned, it'd be a hell of a lot easier to go, let me get the pole from the crawl space, like Frank Costanza says. But I don't know people who actually celebrate Festivus.
We should start.
We should start.
I'm in.
Well, but we would need to add to it, or I don't know.
Let's just replace that Christmas tree in the corner with a nice Festivus pole.
Mm-hmm.
I'm down.
Mm-hmm.
Can do a whole day of airing of grievances. I'm in.
Airing of grievances. That's right.
Alan, please explain to me why you cannot use your phone around gas fumes. Okay? Love you. Bye.
I don't know that that's a thing. I mean, when you're at the gas pump, there are stickers that say, don't use your cell phone, turn your car off. And some people think that because it's the vapors are flammable. It's not the gasoline. People are like, well, I'm not spilling gasoline. It's the vapors that are flammable. So it's not so much that your cell phone is going to cause problems, but a lot of people will keep their phone in their pocket. And my thought was always, you pull your phone out of your pocket. It's not the phone. You could be creating static, and that's what could send a fume up, right? You could create a spark with static discharge. Now, is that likely? Probably not. All I'm saying is when you go to pump gas, there are stickers that say, maybe the cell phone part is they want people to stay focused. I don't know what it is. So, no, the implication is not that your phone will start a fire. And I'm sure even the static part is uncommon. But as far as physics is concerned, a sizable static charge in your clothes could create a spark. See, these are all the things that I think of. I'm trying to minimize variables. And so when I'm pumping at the pump, I'm pumping gas. Now, I'm not going to stand there. I sit in my car. It's 12 degrees out. I'm not a psycho. It's not about that. But like I said, I used to put the pump in, start the gas, walk in, do stuff, and come back. I'm like, I probably shouldn't leave my car unattended. Even if there's one case of something like that happening, it's like, okay, well, the probability is low, but it's not impossible. So, I don't know.
The simple physics alone with
I'm
Such
just saying.
a nerd. My God, dude, look at your phone, for Christ's sake. 10 minutes of standing there.
I'm in no way a scientist or a physicist. I'm just saying that if I'm going to look at my phone, I'm getting back into my car and sitting there while it's pumping and looking at my phone.
I'm going to reduce the risk.
It's okay for me to not be on my phone for 5 seconds. I can handle that. You're probably right. You're probably right.
You may miss a company email, Alan.
I will. Oh, God. Oh, I never miss them because I never read them. I'm somebody who errs on the side of caution. I always have. It's an internal struggle of mine because I hate authority, but rules are a form of authority. They're self-imposed. But I adhere to a lot. You know, there's stickers. Hey, be careful. I always try to err on the side of caution.
Do you speed?
I do have a lead foot, but I have to make a conscious decision to not do that because I'm like a cop magnet. So I'll always get pulled over. And that's just plain a pain in the ass. That's just a waste of your time.
Oh, yeah.
So I try to really keep an eye on that. My car doesn't have the digital display of how fast I'm going. I just have the speedometer.
Same.
And you can see how fast you're going, but I don't have, the exact number in front of me. So, but I do have a lead foot, yes. And, when I go home, I went home for Thanksgiving, and I'll hear from people who will visit Chicago, and they'll text me, and they go, oh, my God, the traffic and the blah, blah, blah. I love getting back into traffic at home. I don't mean 5-mile-an-hour traffic. I mean when you're flying.
Oh, yeah.
I love it because I forget how soft driving around here has made me. You can get everywhere in 20 minutes, and I love being in that mix again because it's muscle memory.
Alan, baby, checking in. A little less aggressive than last.
Oh, this was the guy who said, I said you can passively listen. He said he was going to aggressively listen. And we got no follow-up from him, right?
Alan, baby, checking in. A little less aggressive than last time. I ate 2 edibles, and I stopped working, so I'm chilling. I'm pretty convinced that Rob is Speedy Gonzalez, based on his accent that he can do. And you can play that AC/DC Dog on the Road just like you killing Pound Cake in that plane crash every time I laugh. Love you guys. Bye.
Oh, Dog on the Road is pretty good, yeah. Okay, good. So he's still passively listening. Ate 2 edibles, stopped working. Boy, that'll help. That'll get you into a good frame of mind. Just the stop working part. And then stack a couple Eddies on top of that.
You ever just look at the sky, Alan?
Bro, let me tell you.
Sometimes I sit and I'm like, that airplane, man. Airplane's full of people right now. They're eating, drinking, peeing. Here I am, 30,000 feet lower, doing the same damn thing.
I'm also eating and drinking and peeing.
Yeah, man.
Right here in this field. Right here in this field. That's right.
37,000 feet between us, man, and we're doing the same thing.
How's it even get up there?
It's physics, man.
Yeah. But when I talk about physics, I'm a nerd. Nobody wants to hear it from me. Everybody wants to give me a hard time. Here I am trying to be a constructive, contributing member of society, and I'm castigated for it.
Hey, Alan. Hey, Rob. The reason you're not supposed to use your phone around the pumps isn't because of possible fire. It's to do with they want you to pay attention while you're pumping gas so your tank doesn't overfill and gas starts pouring everywhere. People today spend too much time paying attention to their phone and they're very unaware of what's going on around them. So it's just a simple, hey, pay attention, man. Please. Love the show.
Again, most of the pumps auto stop now. They have for a long time. So I understand technically what you're saying, but the only time you spill gas now is when the pump is on the fritz. And even if you're on your phone, to Rob's point, even if you're on your phone, you're going to see gas on your shoes, and then you can't, you smell like that all day long. You change your clothes or whatever. So when the pumps are screwy, you kind of don't know that until it's too late.
But I do vividly remember there was something. I don't know if it was one of those shows, like the worst ways to die or something like that. I do remember there being something that I saw that was like, And then he answered his phone, and all hell broke loose.
Right.
But
I'm sure Mythbusters probably did this 20 years ago too, and determined that it was fake, or I don't know. I just listen. I like to err on the side of caution. I like to try to be a positive example. If I've got my children around or whatever. So, whatever.
I do the opposite. I want them to learn by my mistakes. So I smoke cigarettes when I'm pumping gas. I do everything I possibly can the opposite way. Don't do what Daddy does.
Honey, look at Daddy. Look at this. Now I'm going to show you what not to do, all right?
That's
and
right.
you are going to, when you come visit me in the burn unit, that's going to be,
see how many,
well, it's going to be burned onto your brain.
See how many miles I can drive without touching the steering wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Going 90.
Look at Daddy with the wheel between his knees.
Woo!
I'm applying my makeup in the rearview mirror.
Drinking my coffee.
How do you like that? In an open cup, no less. Not even a lid.
That's right. Not afraid.
Yeah.
I ain't scared. You think it's my first rodeo?
Scared. Boy, I envy you. And your wild and woolly ways.
Crazy guy, Alan.
Man, you are. All right, I've got to take a break. I've got to get my heart rate down from all these palpitations. And I'll have Disturbed tickets for you later on. MMS presenting Disturbed next spring at the Romo Fijo. 25th anniversary of The Sickness. Bringing some bands with them, too. Want to text me, 35192. If you're listening on that iHeartRadio app, you can leave messages for us as well, and we'll be back.
We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
WMMS presents Disturbed, The Sickness 25th Anniversary Tour. Register to win a pair of tickets and a meet and greet with Disturbed before the show. Monday, March 31st at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Get more info and register to win at WMMS.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
This holiday season, recharge with the Planet Fitness Black Card for just $1 down and $24.99 a month.
Alan Cox Show.
It's called the cellular phone, and it's being heralded as a revolution in technology.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, little King Diamond just came through the Agora. Another phenomenal show from Kim Bendix and company. You know, we do a metal show here on the Buzzard on Saturday nights. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight because we started at 10 p.m. That's me, Corey Roddick, and Pat Butler. A brand new episode for you. Another 120 minutes of nothing but metal. If that scratches you where you itch, then be with us on Saturday night. Brand new music from Kill Switch Engage. Going to play some Knocked Loose. They're coming to do Incarceration this summer. Got some throwbacks. Go back for some Motorhead, some Man of War. A lot of local metal. Accuse the Villain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Local band called Disengage. Local music from Ancient Limbs. And a band I can't get enough of called Worm Shepherd. So, if that's for you, then please be here Saturday night. Because without you, we're nothing. 2 Hours to Midnight is Saturday, because we're going to be on a bit of a hiatus for the holidays. So this Saturday and next will be our last two shows for a couple of weeks. It's not a long hiatus, but any Saturday night without metal can be difficult. So that'll be Saturday night. Cavs will play tonight. The Denver Nuggets are in town. You know, when people talk about when you go, it's never for whatever reason, and I've gone to Denver a lot. It has never affected me, the atmosphere being thinner. It's the Mile High City, and a lot of people complain that it's harder to breathe, or the very first time they go, it's tough to acclimate, whatever. That's never affected me, and I don't know why. Maybe it's coincidence, but I wonder if it goes the other way. I wonder when the Denver Nuggets come to Cleveland, if they can breathe better. If they go, God, my lungs feel like they're twice the capacity.
I love road trips.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Denver Nuggets, Cavaliers tonight at the Romo Fijo. The game time 7 o'clock. And 6:30 when we roll is when the pregame coverage will begin. Saturday and Sunday, the Cavs will be on the road. They'll play Charlotte and Miami, respectively, before they come back home to play the Wizards. That's one of those two games they had to add because they didn't make it into that NBA Cup. So you can never say it's a fait accompli that somebody's going to come out on top, but I mean, the Cavs bent the Wizards over the other night. So it stands to reason that they'll do it again. I mentioned, what did I mention right before the break? We were talking about Christmas stuff, and I neglected to mention that tonight are a lot of those classic holiday shows, like specifically if you're a Gen Xer. Oh, we were talking about Festivus last segment. Specifically, a lot of those old Rankin Bass holiday shows, a bunch of those are on tonight. How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the OG 1966 one. That's on tonight. Frosty the Snowman from 1969. That's the Burl Ives, or Jackie Vernon. See, I'm going way back here. I mean, you got to be old. These predate me, but when I was a kid, these are what were on television. And there was a comedian named Jackie Vernon, and he was the guy that did the voice of Frosty the Snowman. Happy birthday, that whole thing. These are the shows from when we were kids. And then the original Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, that is 60 years old this year. That's going to be on Friday night. They're showing that. NBC's showing that a couple of times. And then, you know, if you want to watch Sabrina Carpenter and her Christmas thing, that's over on Netflix. But for people who like those old kind of stop-motion holiday specials, NBC is rolling The Grinch and Frosty tonight.
I tried to watch a bunch of those a couple of years ago. The Grinch will always hold up.
Mm-hmm.
Those other ones, man, they didn't do as well as I remember.
Diminishing Returns.
Jimmy Durante was the narrator.
Oh,
Frosty the Snowman. I mean, they rolled out everybody they possibly could
They
for
really
that stuff.
did.
And it was great. I remember being that as a kid watching that. I don't know why it looks so bad now, but like I loved Rudolph. I remember being so excited waiting for these to come on. And now I showed them to my kids a couple of years ago. We're like, God, these kind of suck.
I could see that. I mean, we have nostalgia for them. You know, it's interesting to me. The United States is, I'm going to try to draw a common thread here. Let me work it out in my head. The United States exists apart from a lot of other countries in that we treat our old people very badly. Other countries around the world, they revere their elders. They look to them for wisdom, for life experience. Over here, when you reach a certain age, we don't want to know from you anymore. I'm not talking about within your family. I mean, just culturally, old people get short shrift in this country. And so it's not surprising to me, but I wonder when the shift happened where like kids shows, cartoons and things, remember they used to be voiced by like old school Hollywood people. And now it's all like pop stars of the day, or it's young performers. It's not like there weren't young performers back there, but like you said, you'd have a kid's cartoon and the voices were Jackie Vernon, Jimmy Durante, Burl Ives, you know? Like they would have Disney cartoon movies and all of the voices were like 70-year-old performers.
Well, dude, look at
featuring the voice cast, Don Amici, like the cast of Cocoon, right? Now you'd never have that. You might have one character that requires an old actor or something, but it's all like young perform. I wonder when that shift happened.
Well, you look at how long Mel Blanc went. Like he was the only voice of those cartoons for how long?
Yeah.
The only dude. And I mean, they're still trying to make those things, and obviously they're different now. But I agree with you. I don't know when that big old shift happened.
Maybe the rise of cable television, maybe Nickelodeon. I mean, Nickelodeon's been around 40 years now. So, I mean, maybe the rise of things like that where it was so much more programming specifically for kids rather than a special each year. I don't know. But when I was a kid, yeah, all of the actors involved were old.
Yeah.
Like people way before, you know, Bing Crosby. And, you know.
Bing Crosby.
Hey, Randy.
Hey, Alan, this is a great topic, man. So you mentioned Jackie Vernon, the voice of Frosty the Snowman.
Yeah.
A couple quick things about him is not all of his material, he was a nightclub comedian of great renown and back in the 50s and 60s. And a lot of his act was frankly really dirty and funny. And so that makes it like if you're an adult, like, oh, wait, they got that Jackie Vernon guy. It's kind of like, you know, almost like when Red Fox, you know, Quincy Jones said they're going to put Red Fox on a sitcom, that dirty MFer, you know?
Right.
Like, okay.
No, literally, I know nothing of Jackie Vernon's comedy. I never saw, and I literally know him from Frosty the Snowman and just, I know the name and that he was a comedian, but I'm completely unfamiliar with his work.
You know what it kind of reminds me of? It's kind of like Bob Saget, because Jackie Vernon would go on TV and he would, you know, of course, perform clean, you know, because this is 1960s television, and he'd kill the audience with just funny, clean material. But he could also get really dirty, too. So have you heard of Microwave Massacre?
I have not.
Back in the day, when I was in high school back in like 1990, my friends got these B movies from the video store, and they said, here's one called Microwave Massacre. I was like, oh, my God, that's Frosty the Snowman. It's this movie that came out in like 1981, and this guy who's normally like this nebbishy dude played by Vernon, he gets mad when he's drunk one night and kills his wife. The next day it's like, oh, my God, what did I do? And he's a construction worker, and he starts cooking his wife and selling her his meat sandwiches to his coworkers.
All right.
And it's this crazy, like low grade, because you hear his voice, and it's like, who is that? Is that Frosty the Snowman? It's like, hey, guys, I got some great sandwiches. You want some of my sandwiches? Happy birthday, Karen. It's like, oh, my God, that's Frosty. Crazy. You got to check
reminds
it out. I
me,
think it might still be on Shudder.
Reminds me of a movie when I was a kid called Motel Hell. Anybody remember Motel Hell? I was probably like
There's
10.
All kinds of
And it takes all kinds of critters to make Farmer Vincent fritters.
Farmer Vincent's fritters. Yeah.
They were killing people and making food out of them. Okay, thank you, Randy.
Thanks a lot, Alan.
Thanks, pal.
It's Randy. It was 1950s dirty though, so like Jackie Vernon would be like, you know, I have an idea. Let's take the carrot and the pieces of charcoal and stick them a little lower.
Right.
Flip them upside down. You see? You see?
I woke my wife up and she said, hey, get off me. What are you doing? I'm looking for my bicycle. Like it was, yeah, you're right. It was 1950s
You
dirty.
know it wasn't dirty.
No. No, but Red Fox, I mean, when they were doing party records, right? The Chitlin circuit, like Red Fox, Mom's Mabley, like those
he was
party
filthy.
records. Oh, my God. Yeah, Rudy Ray Moore. Those were crazy filthy. I've got some poop news here that I thought might be of interest. I haven't done poop news in a minute. Now, around these parts, for most of us, this information is not going to be relevant until next summer. But there are a lot of people who get out of Dodge for a bit and maybe have the opportunity to go south, maybe west, into warmer climate when it's winter here in Northeast Ohio. And your kids, if they're small, might really enjoy those splash pads. You know, we're out in the west side there, and when my daughter was very small, on a couple of occasions in the middle of summer, they have a big splash pad there in the middle of Crocker Park. And it would just be a bunch of little kids running around, and she was just kind of getting her sea legs when she was a toddler, and so we'd strap her in a little bathing suit there, and she'd run around that splash pad. And, parents of young children are well-versed in these things, nothing like a running around in a splash pad. Well, the CDC wants people to know that those are basically just fecal fountains. And so when you see pictures of kids using them as water fountains, right? Because it's not just enough, when you're a little kid, everything is an amazing sensory experience. You want to touch everything. You want to feel everything. And frankly, some of us don't lose that. But, kids are running around and there's these fountains and some kids putting their mouths on them. A big problem is little kids in leaky swim diapers, and then those fountains are just recirculated water. So the CDC is like, there's about 10,000 kids a year who get sick from splash pads. So now, remember, this is something that Big Splash Pad doesn't want you to know. And so, a lot of kids get sick.
That would make more sense for Jorge and how you get the pink eye.
Yes.
You see?
That's what when Jorge called us, he was trying to tell us. I think he might have even left me a message he really, really wanted us to know. Is this Jorge?
How's it going, Alan? I hope you're having a marvelous day today. I'm actually at home on a snow day. I have pink eye. I was going down on my woman's booty hole and she sneezed.
Okay. No, that is not Jorge. I thought it might have been him. But again, similar situation, right? Get that booty hole pink eye.
Also his real voice. Right. Clearly.
Hey, man, I'm a grown man on a snow day.
I was staying home and decided I was going to go down on the butthole.
And hey, listen, what better way to spend a snow day, by the way? I'm not hating on that at all.
Getting pink eye.
Yeah.
But that would make way more sense, like if a bunch of kids got pink eye from that, right?
The splash pad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's really surprised.
No, I don't know if they're surprised either.
Because really, when you think about it, like public pools and stuff, I mean, let's be honest, they're like probably 45% piss anyway.
Well, I figure public pools, though, are so shocked with chlorine. I mean, it makes your frigging eyes burn when you get into some of those.
They can't do that with the splash pads?
I don't know. I guess maybe they could, but
just pour bleach in there or something.
It's not, it's
kids will be all right.
Little kids walking around in just fountains of bleach. The fecal fountains have been converted to bleach fountains.
They'll be fine.
Specifically, the CDC says the problem is when some children will vomit or poop directly into the water, while others become super spreaders simply because they haven't mastered their toilet skills. The CDC goes on to mention that small children, and I would love to know who got this measurement duty, pardon the pun, the CDC notes that small children can have up to 10 grams of stool stuck to their butts at any point.
10 grams, huh?
But
how many grams are a turd?
No, but little kids aren't wiping themselves. That's pilot error. That's the parents' problem.
But 10 grams seems like a lot. So they're talking about a full turd. That's not that. That's like they actually went, not missed a wipe.
Well, this says that's about 10 standard paper clips worth of excrement.
Oh, that's not
10
as much
paper clips. And small children tend to stand directly over the jets, allowing any fecal matter stuck on their bums to wash out of their diapers and recirculate into the water, where other children are standing near other jets, putting their open mouths directly on them.
Ooh, mommy, corn.
That's why I hear bagpipes. So, yeah, they said that the main method, they do chlorinate it, but because the jets and the sprays aerosolize the chlorine, it's less concentrated. So rather than pouring it into a confined pool of water, you've got it kind of spraying out there. So anyway, not to alarm anyone, but if the phrase fecal fountain is something that maybe rubs you the wrong way, just consider that, FYI. When we lived in Ohio City, we were at 38th and 38th and Bridge, I think, and we're right by St. Pat's. And right around the corner there is a park. There's a full ball field there, and there's a jungle gyms and all that. And they've got a splash pad right there. And summertime, right, a hot 90-degree day in the city of Cleveland. It was just wall. It was before we had our daughter, but it was wall-to-wall kids in the splash pad. And of course, I'm out there in my Borat Speedo.
Nice.
Everybody's looking at me like, I'm like, I live right around the corner here. Alan, Motel Hell is one of the first movies I watched on cable. That's because it was on every 10 minutes. I mean, I remember the early days of HBO because they had about a dozen movies in their catalog, and Motel Hell was one. It was like Zapped with Scott Baio, and Motel Hell, and Excalibur, and all that late 70s, early 80s stuff. It was
Beastmaster. Remember that one?
Beastmaster with Mark Singer.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
Those were on all the time. Booty Hole Pink Eye, one of my favorite Rick James albums. Yeah. I thought Booty Hole Pink Eye was in Parliament Funkadelic. I never...
That's his name?
Yeah.
Booty Hole Pink Eye.
Let's get it on.
Take it, Booty Hole Pink Eye.
Yeah. Hey, Pops.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, it's good, babe. So Rick James's kids are running around the foam fountain with 8 balls of poop strapped and ready to go. This is what I'm hearing from you guys here.
Yes. Well, listen, context free. It can come out in a variety of ways, right?
Yeah, I guess it can. You know, you swim in the lake, and when the sewers, when you get a golly gosh, you get a big rainstorm, the sanitary sewers, they're going to run out into the storm sewers. So, you know, if you're swimming in the lake and you live in the city, you're still getting the same thing. So, I don't know. But, I got to tell you that, Alan, you got me there with the 2 8 balls of poop and the kids in the fountain, you know.
Well, then, mission accomplished, Pops. I was hoping that maybe I'd get Pops at some point today.
Yeah, well, you know what, man? The other thing was bringing up the point that if you're lucky, you're going to get old and have problems. And you nailed it. When you get older, you don't get the customer service you get when you're a nice young pup and you smell nice and you're fuzzy. When you get old and oily, it's like, yeah, move to the back of the line, you know.
Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind, Pops. I appreciate it.
All right, buddy.
Thank you. There's Pops.
He should have started with that.
Out in
We
Youngstown.
talked about Code Brown. That was so much better.
Old
and then he went
oily.
back to the old people. Start with the old people. End with closing beaches because of the Code Browns.
What was the reference to old people getting old and oily, though? What did he mean?
Because we were talking about you were talking about how as a country we treat our old people like crap.
I see.
So he was saying,
yeah.
they like you until you get old and smell.
Well, there are a lot of old people, though.
That don't smell.
They're quite vibrant. Yeah. Yeah. Just because you get older doesn't mean you can't take care of yourself. And, there's obviously problems being introduced into your life, but you don't have to walk around smelling like Ben Gay anymore.
I think Ben Gay would be welcome for some. I think he's referring more to the different smell, the OPS.
Yeah. Yeah, the old booty hole pink eye is what he's out there talking about.
If I ever become someone who is fantastic at a musical instrument and I can somehow join a band, that will be my name in the band.
Booty hole pink eye.
Booty hole pink eye.
Mm-hmm. It is pretty good.
I suck. I can't play anything. I've tried every
Really?
instrument. I can play drums a little, but I can't I would love to learn bass. Can't do it. My fingers. I
mean, if you want something easy, you should start there.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Wow.
Doesn't
All right.
work. My brain does not work that way.
That's a bummer.
It is.
Playing
It's
an
really-
instrument's fantastic. My brother plays bass. My son played sax for a while. My daughter sings, but she taught herself guitar and piano, and I play the drums. Be a little family band. Everybody, it's Booty Hole Pickup.
Got to find that good for you drop again, Alan. It's things that I can't do.
Oh, good for you.
I need that on this side for when you get going about how musical your family
Yes.
is, or how much you enjoy an apple. If we talk about that again, that I can't eat apples.
You just can't eat the spring apples, or you must eat the spring apples.
I'm gonna find
One of those,
out.
I don't know.
I'm going to try again.
Yeah. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Disturbed tickets after the break. They are on the 25th anniversary of The Sickness. WMMS presents Disturbed at the Romo Fijo in the spring. So if you want to go, I will hook you up after the break. The show is March 31st. 35192. You want to text me for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Ready to win your trip to iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, presented by Capital One,
featuring Incubus.
Cage the Elephants,
There ain't no rest for the wicked. The Lumineers,
St. Vincent,
Glass Animals,
The Head and the Heart, Fontaine's DC, Måneskin's Damiano David,
and The Offspring.
the biggest single night of live alt rock on the planet.
For your chance to win an alter ego trip, just listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app.
Thanks to Capital One for being the proud presenting partner of Alter Ego.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
A chance of snow showers tonight, down to 21. It'll turn partly sunny tomorrow, getting up to 28 degrees. Saturday, partly sunny with a high of 34 and warming up to 47 degrees.
network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Post Run High and start listening.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan is giving some stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Disturbed. WMMS is presenting Disturbed on their 25th anniversary tour for The Sickness. Came out in 2000. It is next spring, Monday, March 31st, at the Romo Fijo. They're bringing Daughtry and Nothing More in the opening spots. We are going to be doing a meet and greet with Disturbed. We'd love to have you along for that. Go to WMMS.com to register for it. But you will get this pair of tickets here. We will see you there. 2 for Disturbed. Last day of March. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you can't beat them, join them. And if you can't join them, send a strongly worded letter asking why your application was rejected. Another helpful tip from the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
I think one of the more overlooked aspects of Disturbed's music, it can get monotonous, but one thing I always found interesting with them is their use of the rhythm section. Usually your rhythm section is the drummer and the bass player playing in concert with each other, whereas Mike Wengren, who I think is one of the more underrated drummers in metal, plays with Dan Donegan. I mean, the bass is in there too, obviously, but the drums and the guitar are playing. It's a lot more syncopated between those two instruments than the other ones. And Wengren's a great, great drummer. So I will have one more pair of tickets for you tomorrow if you want to see Disturbed at the Romo Fijo.
Tool's very much that way as well, aren't they? Like Danny Carey kind of lies it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he can play with anybody, obviously. But
yeah.
Next week on the show, more things to give away to you. Next week is our last full week of live shows for 2024. Next Friday the 13th will be our last live show of the year. We will return live to you on January the 6th. So we'll be gone for 3 full weeks. That's just how the calendar laid out. I'm not a huge fan of that, but whatever. That's fine. It's been a hell of a year. But next week, I will have Monsters tickets for you. Those guys are killing it. 4-pack to see them play the Grand Rapids Griffins on Monster Scarf Night. Now, I have to assume they mean a Cleveland Monsters scarf, not a monster scarf, like if they're handing out giant scarves.
Or scarves with monsters on them.
Yeah.
Boo.
That is December the 28th. Breaking Benjamin and Stained. They have announced that tour. It's called Awaken the Fallen. They're bringing Wage War and Lakeview with them. You know, Aaron Lewis really kind of, in his downtime with Stained, he kind of really leaned into like the acoustic country thing. And so they're taking this band Lakeview out with them, who are kind of an alt country band. So there's going to be something for everybody. That's next May at Blossom. I'll have more Disturbed tickets for you next week. I'll have Cavs tickets for you. The Sixers are going to be in town on the 21st. So we'll hook you up for that game. And the Ohio RV show. Maybe that's your vibe. Maybe you want to go look at tent campers at the IX Center. Maybe you want to get yourself into that frame of mind. Maybe you got your eyes on a brand new fifth wheel. Maybe you covet your neighbor's motorhome.
Thou shalt not.
Listen, it's not in the Big Ten. It's not in the commandments. You can do it. Covet your neighbor's motorhome. As long as his wife's not in it. The Ohio RV Super Show, presented by Progressive, is at the IX Center. Second week of January. So we will hook you up with that. Tonight, Cavs basketball on the buzzer. That's a 7 o'clock start. They are here at home against the Denver Nuggets. So 6:30 is when your pregame coverage will begin. And then they go on the road They go to Charlotte and Miami for the weekend before they return. For the umpteenth year in a row, the top Wikipedia article of the year is about death. People who died in 2024. Deaths in 2024. Number one. Usually every year, the top Wikipedia article is about who died that year. And it's number one again this year. Top 5. Deaths in 2024, Kamala Harris. The 2024 United States presidential election. Number 4, Lyle and Eric Menendez. And number 5, Donald Trump. And that's just as it explains. It's a compendium of people who died in 2024 by death. Updated as of today. December the 5th. Bill Melton died today. He played for the Chicago White Sox. A Serbian politician died. An Italian politician died. A French poet. Andy Stepp, who was a member of the Mississippi House of Representatives. An Italian singer died today. A Japanese footballer. So they keep just a running track of who dies every day of the year, and it's the most searched Wikipedia article. Now, of course, yesterday, a lot of people died yesterday, including this Brian Thompson guy. He was the CEO of United Healthcare. Murdered right there in Midtown Manhattan, right on the street. And a lot of information is trickling down. They're trying to find this guy. They have the guy's full face now, by the way. He was wearing a mask, but he took it off at Starbucks before he killed the guy. So that doesn't sound professional to me. You know, the initial report, when we saw this video, I was like, man, this is a wild story. On the street, walks up behind the guy, pop, pop, pop. I'm like, this is either, I mean, we were speculating wildly yesterday about it. You know, like maybe this was an old guy whose wife had cancer. Your brain goes in a million different directions because of the terrible state of the American healthcare system. You like it. There's no shortage of people who would be angry at a guy like that. The guy himself was under investigation by the DOJ for insider trading. And I'm sure it won't shock you to know that online, people aren't that sympathetic. There's all kinds of memes. You know, there's a Sopranos meme. Remember when Tony shows up on his Steve Buscemi's door?
Yep.
They have Steve Buscemi as the United Healthcare CEO and Tony Soprano pointing a shotgun at him. It says, true American patriot. So you're not finding a lot of people who are, again, he is a dead person. But there's all kinds of memes.
There's also got to be so much more to this. Where I understand the professional thing, right? But I mean, the fact that there were words written on each of the shell casings.
Yes.
Deny, defend, and depose.
Yeah.
So there's obviously much more going on than what we know. So yes, speculation is there, but obviously this wasn't it wasn't an amateur guy. You know what I mean? He obviously knew what he was doing. But
he might be. You know, we act like listen, everyone in this country is armed, right? It's not like people don't know how to use guns. I mean, everything you need for something like this is readily available. So now they have the guy's face. This guy went into Starbucks ahead of time. They got him on camera. He's smiling. So now they're plastering that all over the television and online. Hey, help us. So they're going to know who the guy is in probably, they're going to know very soon who this guy is. Young dude.
They also said that he rented one of those bikes with his credit card.
One of the Velo bike credit card. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They're not criminal masterminds. It looks like something out of a movie, but once they dig into it, once it's past the initial shock and blush of that first news cycle, then it gets real mundane.
I mean,
then it gets really predictable and boring, and they're like, he was just a guy who didn't like the way things were going and wanted to take it out on this guy. One of the other memes is political violence redirected to the private sector. Jeez. With a screen grab of the guy. They had to shut down a subreddit because there were so many doctors that were going off on the healthcare system that they shut down a Facebook post and they shut down a subreddit or a Reddit conversation with medical professionals My empathy is out of network, said one of them.
Oof.
So yeah, they got a moderators delete a Reddit thread as doctors torch the dead CEO.
Got to be pretty bad for Reddit to delete something.
That's what I'm
Stuff
saying.
that's on that freaking website.
That's what I'm saying.
God.
Because they posted some information about the guy, I guess. And so doctors were posting things like, following a careful review of your claim, you're being rejected for coverage because you failed to obtain prior authorization before seeking care for the gunshot wound to your chest. So they're making light of it. There's an old phrase from like the early 1900s. I don't remember who said it, but he was like, I've never wished a man dead, but I have read some obituaries with great pleasure. And that's kind of the whole thing here with this guy. So there's all kinds of speculation as to why, but now they have the dude's face. They don't have to. If this guy was smart, man, he would have been covered up the whole time, all morning long. But he wasn't. And they're saying that the words that were written on these bullets come directly from a book that was written years ago called Delay, Deny, Defend, Why Insurance Companies Don't Pay Claims and What You Can Do About It. That is largely considered to be the mantra of insurance companies. Take your money, don't pay out.
But again, why would this kid do what he, you know what I mean? Why would he be the one?
Yeah, that's what they're trying to figure out.
That's why there has to be so much more. And again,
I'm sure there is. Yeah.
Can you just go out and buy a silencer?
Probably. I mean, you could make one, and there's people 3D printing guns. I think that's still illegal in just about everywhere, but people are doing all kinds of illegal things. This guy got murdered in broad daylight. So, there's speculation that this guy maybe thought he was someone else. I'm like, boy, that would be the coincidence of the century if that were the case.
There was a guy standing just outside of that hotel smoking a cigarette. You can see kind of if you watch the video, he's on the right-hand side. He said he did not hear one shot fired. He just saw the guy fall.
Well, and apparently this guy normally has security detail. And people were like, I can't believe this guy didn't have security. He's the head of a healthcare company. He makes $10 million a year. He made $10 million a year.
Sorry.
Oh, you're right. He's not making that money anymore. And so hot on the heels of that, because we were talking yesterday, we used to have United Healthcare with this company. And they switched back to Blue Cross Blue Shield, which in my experience, listen, every insurance company's got its problems. Locally, Progressive Insurance, most people who work for Progressive love working for that company. I've never had Progressive coverage, but it's not like there's one amazing insurance company, the other ones all suck. Everybody's got their complaints and their compliments about whatever they've got. This company switched back to Blue Cross Blue Shield, which I thought was good because in my experience, that has been great coverage. Well, Blue Cross is in the news too because they announced that in Connecticut, New York, and Missouri, they're not going to pay anymore for the complete duration of your anesthesia. They're going to set an arbitrary time limit irrespective of how long the procedure takes. So it's like, oh, this is going to be a 2-hour surgery. You get anesthesia for the first hour. I don't even know. But again, this is where we are now. These things that like break your brain, companies just go, that's what we're going to do. We're just going to do this. The American Society of Anesthesiologists is asking Blue Cross Blue Shield to reverse this proposal immediately. And you have to wonder if the CEO is like, you know what, guys? Upon further reflection and a lot of prayer, I'm thinking maybe this is not the way we should go. Imagine if you're CEO of another insurance company, you're heading up the homeowners insurance company that just pulled out of Florida. They're like, this weather's crazy. We can't, there isn't a person on the planet who's insured, either home or medical or whatever, who is raving about their coverage. It's great. We've never had a single problem. But yeah, this CEO getting killed there on the street, I guess it was too much just from the dramatic narrative point of view. I guess it was too much to ask that this guy just got away, right? Not ask, but you know what I mean? Like, just got away. He's in the wind.
He may be.
But they got his face, is what I'm saying. This
He
guy
could be
went to,
gone. He could already been on a plane. He could be out of here.
Right. But what I'm saying is they will know who he is.
Oh, yes, yes.
And like Interpol, let's say the guy who tries to flee the country. I mean, the guy put his credit card in the Velo bike or whatever, right? It's the bird scooter. So he's not a master criminal here.
What if it was somebody else's?
He's not De Niro in Heat.
It was a stolen credit card. You saw Face Off. What if that's not his face?
Ooh, now that I like.
You see?
Not his face.
Not his real face.
Right.
Somebody else's credit card.
Okay.
In the wind.
Yeah. Okay.
Right through Central Park. Gone. Poof.
He's Castor Troy.
Yep.
All right. They're going to throttle medicine like internet providers control. Yeah.
That's insane.
Net neutrality. Yeah. Hey, so, yeah. How long is this procedure? It's usually about 3 hours. Okay. We're going to give you an hour 20 of anesthesia. Is that cool? Like, is there any wiggle room there?
Well, Mr. Smith, you see, you died on the table. So we had to do this additional surgery to save your life, but it's going to cost you $30,000.
It's like a la carte anesthesiology.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. So, yeah, they got the guy on camera at a Starbucks. I'm sure he's on other cameras. But, man, if I'm going to kill somebody, I'm like, I'm going to keep my... Of course, I guess, I don't know. There's still people wearing masks like during COVID. So it's not a weird thing. I know that there are some places that are trying to outlaw masks because it lets ne'er-do-wells get away with more not doing well, I guess. But so on the one hand, you go, listen, as far as Schadenfreude goes, you can completely understand why people would look at a dead healthcare CEO and go, eh. But from a human aspect of it, with all the people out there claiming to be pro-life, this is a life.
Man, somebody's dad, somebody's son.
Shot in the back of the head on the street. So, yeah.
Is it possible that the gunman could have gone to that country that, what is it, Rio de Janeiro? What's the name of that country?
In Brazil?
Oh, yeah. That's it. Thank you. He
when
could be
my
there.
baby looks at me, I go to Rio.
He could be there right now. You never know.
He could be.
That's what, I mean, you kind of, like, that's, I think, for everyone who's rooting for this kid, I think that that's probably what everyone wants, is that he's left the country, he'll never be seen or heard from again.
Yeah. Somebody sent me a link to a story here. Let me punch it up. University Hospital in Westlake are utilizing proper masking and isolation protocols after a patient arrived at St. John with flu-like symptoms. They had just come here from Tanzania to Hopkins. And they're trying to make sure that they don't have Ebola.
Oh, God.
Remember when Ebola was like the worst thing? Boy, if it got over here, because like movies like Outbreak, if it gets over here, boy, it's going to liquefy your innards and all that. And then there was that somebody got into Dallas, I think, some years ago. This was during the Obama administration. And they nipped it in the bud. They got rid of it. Your guy coming in again, because he did such a bang-up job with COVID last time. Just wait. You better cross your bony little fingers that nothing like that happens in the next 4 years. 4 years. The guy's not going to leave again. So for the immediate, for the foreseeable future, you better hope nothing like that happens. But there are a lot of dedicated healthcare people trying to make sure that things are taken care of. But yeah, the memes and there's nobody out there outside of this guy's immediate family that's crying. And it's got to make healthcare CEOs pucker up and be like, I gotta double my security. But I bet you Blue Cross reverses that anesthesia thing. Again, I think that these are little test balloons to see if people are paying attention, see what they can get away with. But if they get blown up and you immediately get all this bad PR, then they could say they're going to reverse it and then just don't. And then the news cycle will move on. And then you end up in the hospital with a 2-hour procedure and find out that you wake up halfway through. Hey, how can I feel everything?
You ran out.
Yeah, your anesthesia. They bring you over the credit card thing, and you're laying there. You got to put it in there again.
Can you please sign this?
Yeah. What's your PIN?
My fingers are gone. I can't sign it.
They're necrotic. Could you duct tape a pen to my penis? And I'll try to sign it right there.
Squiggly line with my hips.
Yep. Would an X suffice? I got a break. You want to send a text, 35192. You can watch if you like. Find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. The list of failed quarterbacks in Cleveland is long and growing. Well, this Sunday at the Cox Out pregame party from noon to 2 at Wild Eagle Steak and Saloon in Broadview Heights. You can add your name to that list when you try and toss your way.
Here's the throw.
To represent the Buzzard in Vegas at the Bud Light Football Face-Off Tournament. It's the finals, so get all the info at WMMS.com.
Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
A savory Meyer ham is the perfect centerpiece for any holiday feast. And now through December 24th, you can treat your family and friends with a delicious Meyer spiral sliced half ham for just 79 cents per pound with M-Perks. Nothing beats a juicy Meyer ham served with all the fixings, except seconds maybe. No clipping necessary. Discount automatically applied when you enter your M-Perks ID at checkout. An incredible tasting Meyer ham at an equally impressive price makes the holidays a
time only. While supplies last. Drinks exclude freezes. Tax extra.
This is the Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
People are telling me that Blue Cross already reversed that policy, by the way. That they were only going to cover part of people's anesthesia. They say, of course, that it was because of widespread misinformation. That's never what they were suggesting. And even if it wasn't, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. You can fully understand why everyone would believe that. Anyone who's ever had an experience with an insurance company of any stripe, you can fully understand why people would believe that. Oh, they're only going to cover part of your anesthesia. Cool. They said they just wanted to they just wanted to clarify the appropriateness of anesthesia. That's basically them saying, well, for this procedure, how much anesthesia do they need? Do they really need that much? Yeah. And the doctor's like, yeah, they do. Do they? Yes. Do they?
Come on.
Yeah. Alan, you know why you can tell that the guy who killed that healthcare CEO doesn't listen to your show. I think I'm picking up what you're laying down there because they caught him in a Starbucks.
Starbucks coffee is trash. I can make coffee so good, give you a fucking hard on.
Mm-hmm. If only he'd listened to Brian. We have a lot of bureau chiefs. That's my name for them. People who listen to this show from out of state on the iHeartRadio app. Molly is in Falls Church, Virginia. Jack is in Paramus, New Jersey. Justin's in Phoenix. Willie is in Louisville, Kentucky. Nate is in Rockford, Illinois. And we have a lot of people in the great city of Charleston, South Carolina. We have Lindsay and Alan and Brian and Kaylin. What a lovely name. And one of them asked me, have you ever heard of this guy? A morning show guy in Charleston, South Carolina, died in his home, and the co-hosts had to call and find out. A guy named Mike Edwards. He's the program director and the morning host. Here at WMMS, our program director is the afternoon co-host.
Sup?
He's a young man named Rob Anthony.
What's going on?
And to the best of my knowledge, let me check, still alive.
Sup?
Mike Edwards was the guy on the morning and a show called Two Girls and a Guy. And now it is just Two Girls.
And no cup.
Two Girls, No Cup. Hot AC, that's radio speak, but Mix 95.9 in Charleston did not arrive to the radio station this morning. So his co-hosts, Brooke Ryan and Tanya Brown, called 911. They sent somebody to his home, and they found him dead in his home. Looks like a young guy. You ever heard of this guy? You know anything about Mike Edwards?
I don't. No, he definitely didn't look old. I mean, he looked heart attack or something. Probably a drag. That sucks.
Yeah, it's wild. They call that the Low Country, by the way. That part of South Carolina is called the Low Country because one of our bureau chiefs refers to himself as our gay correspondent in the Low Country. Or like the down low country, am I right? So he was I don't know. They don't have a cause of death, but anytime one of our brothers or sisters in broadcasting is fallen, that now you have to think of it was a local radio company that owned it. It's not a station that this company owns. But you have to think that immediately upon getting this information, someone in that organization went through a stack of papers and was like, how much are we going to save? And I guarantee that something like that happened. And I guess they'll have to get a new guy in there. Two girls and a guy. That'd be weird. That would, listen, it was weird enough to come back after you've had your co-hosts fired, but they're still alive. It'd be weird to come back on the air and go, so it's just the two of us. The guy didn't make it.
This is Rob. He's the new guy.
It sucks. Alan, that healthcare shooter is a chick. What?
No.
It's a guy.
It's not a chick.
It's a guy. Okay, let me throw this out. I'm gonna throw a flamethrower into everything here. I'm gonna firebomb this place because obviously we don't know anything. It's all speculation. But let's take the big issues of the day and smash them together, like at Fermi Lab. What if the shooter is a trans man, and this is one of 1,000 scenarios, and was angry because the coverage wouldn't cover the full gender reassignment. You know how, despite the fact that transgender people comprise like less than 1% of the population, right-wingers just go bananas over the notion that there are people living their best lives. And so they go crazy. The response isn't even remotely commensurate with the percentage of the population. But just taking something that's very much a cultural issue right now. People flipping out over transgender people for no reason. Doesn't change their life at all. Imagine that. You think of the field day they would have over at Fox News if that were the case. Like when they took the black lady in Canton who ate the cat and attached her, said, see, look, here it is. Even though it wasn't Springfield, she wasn't Haitian, the whole bit. I don't know.
Details.
It is all... Well, that's the thing, though, because the news cycle moves so quickly, so you know you're going to get more information. But when a story like that, which is so dramatic, right? I mean, the headlines write themselves. Midtown, midday assassin. Well, not midday, early morning. Midtown, early morning. It was like 6:30 in the morning. Steps to the guy, behind him, pop, pop, rides off. Yeah, it's like a movie. But then they get more actual information, and you go, oh, well. It's not like you're hoping for for something, I guess, but, you know, most people's lives are pretty dull, and whatever can count for something interesting, I don't know.
I still like my theory.
Your theory is?
Face off.
Face off.
Not his face, not his credit card. I think you had somebody else's face on. This guy's a pro. He's like,
then maybe this texter is onto something. Maybe it was a woman wearing a guy's face.
Oh, perhaps.
Maybe it is a chick.
Perhaps. What's that video? Assassin?
I mean, you mean a cisgender female, sir? What's that?
What's that? There's a video game like that where it's, he's the perfect assassin. They made a movie of it.
Hitman?
Yep.
Timothy Oliphant?
Yep.
But he didn't have people's faces on.
No, but listen.
Yeah.
Things have evolved since that movie.
True.
And listen, I watched the movie Face Off. You saw it.
Mm-hmm.
They did it in that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no way that Travolta could be Nicolas Cage and Nicolas Cage could be Travolta. You watched the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's all done for real, man.
Don't get me wrong. I like where your head is. There's something here. I'm not sure where it is right now. They scooped up that Trump flamethrower guy, too.
Oh, did they?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The guy that burnt his wife. I'm sure she was just trying to, like, have a goof or whatever, but she's the one that got him scooped up because she took a video of it and posted it on TikTok. And then all the people on the street were like, I know that jag-off.
That's Chuck next door.
Well, and I thought that it had to be, Craig McQuinn was the guy's name. We were talking about this yesterday. I assumed that it was an old guy, but you can't make that assumption. The guy's 35 years old.
He was?
Yeah, 35.
Oh, my God.
Guy in Glen Burnie, Maryland, and I only mention it because we have a bureau chief out there. He had a blowtorch, which are illegal in Maryland, and they're probably illegal in a lot of states. He burned the words Trump and USA because it's not a cult into the asphalt in their street, and the neighbors were obviously incensed. His wife filmed it, put it on TikTok, And then the neighbors were like, hey, I know this guy. Hello, 911. I mean, I don't think it's going to be, I don't know, he'll probably get a fine. You know, I don't think they're going to put the guy in jail. But I don't know. Flamethrower seized after vandalism. You know, the local news there, they're having a field day with it.
Oh, yeah, news.
Finally.
The first of my recollection of us charging anybody with a flamethrower.
Anne Arundel County fire officials called this case unusual. A Glen Burnie man charged in district court for
Bernie, get it?
using a flamethrower to burn the words Trump and USA into the surface of the road right in front of his house.
Why
in
is
the
she yelling?
Creekside Village community. 35-year-old homeowner Craig McQuinn, now the subject of a criminal summons, and apparently in the middle of putting up his Christmas decorations when we knocked on the door today.
Hi,
sorry.
Are you?
Oh, no, it's okay. Are you Mrs. McQuinn?
Sorry, no comment.
They had no
She just said, no, thank you. No
comment.
Is your husband the flamethrower guy?
Oh, no, I'm not sure. No comment.
I'm sorry.
On what's contained in the charging documents, McQuinn accused of torching a 20-foot-long stretch of asphalt along Hickory Hollow Drive in the middle of the afternoon, November 15th, with a flamethrower that he's banned by state law from possessing, buying, or using.
They can throw fire up to 30 feet, and oftentimes it's with a flammable liquid that it's doing that.
McQuinn used flammable liquid here, officials say, to write out the words before igniting them with the flamethrower, with video of him doing it too, posted by his wife, they say, to her TikTok account.
The video was seen by multiple people in the neighborhood, and that was led to the investigators to be on his wife's TikTok.
I'll tell you what, that tickety talk, it's going to get you every time.
I'm broadcasting live outside of his house as we speak. His wife has said there is no comment. More at 11. Thank you.
Yeah. We'll go back to...
back to you, Chuck.
Yeah, we'll go back to Jane for some information later on.
She was screaming.
She really was. I don't know, man.
And now they're talking like if he did it, that the liquid that comes out, isn't that like napalm? Isn't that...
Well, that's what she goes, some of them use a flammable liquid. I'm like, don't they all use a flammable liquid? How else would you have a flamethrower?
No, because some of those, you can buy those ones that you can start a fire outside with. You know, it just has like a trigger. You put it on a propane tank.
Yeah.
That's not what this sounds like. It sounds like he had like a legit flamethrower.
Was it Elon Musk that was selling flamethrowers about a year or so ago?
I don't know, but I can buy one right now on eBay for $700.
Right. Somebody was trying to sell like industrial grade flamethrowers commercially or something there. I thought Elon Musk. I thought he had a line of like Tesla flamethrowers or something. I don't know.
SpaceX flamethrower.
Yeah, use it to burn your Cybertruck. I was reading they're suspending production on Cybertrucks. Gee, who could have seen that coming? Yeah, I don't know. No. Never forget the Jay Giles Band. Remember the Freeze Frame album? It's when Jay Giles, in the MTV era, they were one of the bands that had been around for a minute but really benefited. They would have been relegated to just like classic rock, but MTV really helped them out. ZZ Top, Dire Straits, Jay Giles Band.
I love this band.
Jay Giles, great.
I'm always the one, being from where I'm from, I always say I'll put Jay Giles above Aerosmith.
Okay.
Me personally.
Yeah.
Love that band.
My wife loves Jay Giles. When we saw Bob Seger and Jay Giles open for him at the Romo Fijo, she was in heaven, boy.
Talk about the ultimate kick in the peen, too. You're Jay Giles, your band. You're kicked out, and they continue to tour using the name Jay Giles.
Yeah.
Forever.
I mean,
that's gotta suck.
Everybody thought Peter Wolf was Jay Giles anyway.
Right.
Wasn't he a radio guy in Boston before he...
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, Whammer, Jammer, and all those. Oh, my God, those songs are so good.
Yeah, they are good. All right, we got to go. Thank you guys for listening. We'll be back tomorrow. I think our buddy Luke Null might stop by. He's an SNL alumnus. He's doing a show with young Bill Squire over at Imposters Theater tomorrow night. So if he can make it, he's going to stop in again. We haven't seen him in a minute. And the program will be available for you in its entirety on the iHeartRadio app within the hour. If you want to leave us messages, talkback button there on the app. You can drop voicemails on the After Hours line. That is 216-986-8903. Email me if you want at alancoxshow.com. And I think that's it. Alan Cox Show on your socials. What are you on socials, Rob?
WMMS Rob. Pretty
Beautiful.
easy.
Yeah. Okay, good. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Cavs basketball is next. They're playing the Denver Nuggets at 7 o'clock. 6:30 is your pregame. It is minutes away. And thanks for hanging out, guys. Be careful out there. Be safe. I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing.